Chapter 501, South Clear Island. Inspiring awe in all those who witnessed his passage, Hanlik eventually arrived in the nearby seas of the heavenly Star City. As he was only a few days away, Hanlik put away his blood-red cloak and resumed traveling as an ordinary streak of light. Currently, the scattered star seas were in disarray, and it was possible that a nascent soul cultivator would be nearby. As Hanli didn't wish to capture the attention of such a powerful individual, he moved in a more inconspicuous manner. Fortunately, he hadn't heard any news of the Starfall Coalition appearing nearby. Much to his relief, it seemed he had managed to arrive in time. He had arrived at the outskirts of the last intermediary island before Heavenly Star City. Although it wasn't large, it held many cultivators from the Star Palace. It seemed they were the forward sentries for Heavenly Star City. In the past, the island would have boats of all sizes flowing in and out of its harbor, with cultivators and mortals leaving and arriving at the island en masse. But now, when Hanli swept his gaze past the island, he only spotted a few small boats. As for cultivators, he would only occasionally come across them. It seemed both the mortals and cultivators knew that a war was imminent and meekly avoided the area for the time being. The only cultivators that dared to come to the island were mostly from factions wishing to scour through the rumors. Having traveled for such a long period, Hanli felt somewhat fatigued and decided to stop over at the island for the time being. Not only to rest, but to visit the island's market in preparation for his long excursion in the outer star seas. After all, he didn't know how things currently were in Heavenly Star City. As such, it would be best for him to make his preparations here and avoid any mishaps from catching him unprepared. When Hanli descended within range of the island, he was able to sense that South Clear Island was on far greater alert than during his previous visits. Just as he entered the scope of the island's spell formation, he was able to feel the spiritual sense of 3 core formation cultivators sweep past him. They had even lingered on him for quite some time until they had deemed him unsuspicious. It was clear that the Star Palace was guarding itself against any sudden attacks by the Starfall Coalition. At that moment, Hanli was calmly heading towards the island's market. South Clear Island's market was in a small city not far from the island's port, likely for the convenience of any merchants or cultivators that visited. Although the market wasn't nearly as famous or as large as those on other islands, its variety of goods was unrivaled by any other market. More importantly, its prices were cheaper than in Heavenly Star City. This was because a majority of Heavenly Star City's goods were directly shipped over from this island. Hanli didn't have any time to dawdle. Just as he entered the market, he took out the Bone Sage's 9-curl ginseng pill formula and read through it. Now knowing the required ingredients by heart, he bluntly began to search through ingredient stores of all sizes. Inside a large room, an ordinary middle-aged cultivator said with a careful tone, "Senior, I am truly sorry. Junior has opened a materials shop for so many years, yet he had never heard of 1,000 Leaves Dew before. As for agate horn, it is the horn that is grown off of the rare agate beast. Few cultivators ever get to see it. I fear Senior will have to go look through other stores or auction halls to see if they have it. This is the largest materials shop on the island. If you don't have it, then the other shops won't either. As for the auction halls, I currently do not have the time for them." Hanli frowned and sat down in the chair across from the middle-aged cultivator. He softly tapped his finger against the side of the chair in annoyance. The middle-aged cultivator revealed slight embarrassment at Hanli's words. However, he was being honest when he said that he had no way of acquiring the items that Hanli wanted. As such, he could only continue to ingratiatingly smile. After all, he was in the presence of a rarely seen core formation expert. He could not afford to offend him. When Hanli saw the shopkeeper's attitude, he knew that he truly didn't have the 2 items. With a sigh, Hanli stood up and walked out. It seemed that he would have to think of other methods to find the last 2 ingredients for the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Fortunately, he was still quite a long way from the peak of core formation. As the medicine could only be used upon the formation of a nascent soul, he wasn't in any rush. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was about to respectfully send Hanli off from the entrance, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated for a moment before saying, "While you might know of its name as the 1,000 Leaves do, it may be known by another name." A strange light flickered from Hanli's eyes and he stopped, curiously asking, "Oh? What does that mean?" The middle-aged man honestly replied, "Not to boast, but this junior has spent over 100 years managing this ingredient store. I've seen all sorts of bizarre and rare ingredients. If there is an ingredient I haven't heard of, it is likely being referred to by the name passed down from ancient cultivators. In current times, it may be known by another title. This was something that I have encountered several times before. This 1,000 Leaves dew might actually be a rather common medicinal ingredient." Hanli's heart stirred. He felt that the man's words made much sense. After all, the 9-curl spirit ginseng was an item from legend. It made sense for its formula to be passed down from antiquity. It seems he would have to examine a few ancient records to find out its true identity. With that thought, Hanli nodded with a relaxed expression and silently left the store. Afterwards, Hanli sifted through all of his pill formulas suitable for core formation cultivators, and made preparations for his future pill refinement. Hanli especially stocked up on the supplementary ingredients that couldn't be grown with the liquid from his small bottle. The current journey to the outer star seas would take a long while without doubt. Hanli didn't wish for his mass creation of pills to fail because of a shortage of common materials, and slow down his own progress in cultivation as a result. With his current collection of magic treasures along with the aid of a few flag formations, he should be able to handle grade 7 demon beasts without question. Naturally, if he were to come across any grade 8 demon beasts, he would have no choice but to flee. Once demon beasts reached grade 8, it is said that their wisdom would be far greater than ordinary humans and their bodies are able to take human-like forms. Due to their exceedingly powerful innate skills, they would have a tremendous advantage over nascent soul cultivators of the same rank. Several hours later, Hanli managed to gather everything together and left the market city in the direction of the port. At that moment, the sky suddenly filled with black clouds, turning the sky into the image of a cloudy night. A short moment later, a relentless barrage of light shot towards the island from the horizon, leaving roars of thunder in its wake. Hanli's expression suddenly changed and he hastily strained his magic power, tearing through the sky in an azure streak. From the pressure being emitted, it seemed that the barrage came from the simultaneous attack of at least 1,000 cultivators. In the following moment, a large formation activated and covered the entire island in a barrier of scarlet light, managing to rigidly block the attack. At the same moment, there were many white-clothed cultivators that struck back at the attackers in the sky with their own magic tools. Hanli bitterly laughed. The Starfall Coalition had moved remarkably quick. They even managed to bring the battle so close to Heavenly Star Island in only a few months. Heavenly Star City would surely receive news of this sudden battle through specialized means. Now, his current plans of rushing towards Heavenly Star City had been completely ruined. Extremely vexed, Hanli's expression fluctuated for a long while before he suddenly stamped his foot on the ground. Then with a series of distortions, his body disappeared from sight. Although he was disinclined to involve himself in the battle, he still stealthily released his spiritual sense. If he had guessed correctly, the harbor and its surroundings should be quite active. As expected, many streaks of light soon shot towards South Clear Island's harbor from inside the island. But as they grew closer, they all disappeared from sight, quietly laying low as they observed the battle unfolding above. A majority of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, numbering over 100, with only about 30 Chi condensation cultivators mixed among them. As for core formation cultivators like Hanli, there were only 5 or 6, with the highest ranked cultivator being at the mid-core formation stage. Although this person was silently watching from the cover of the hills, Han Li's spiritual sense was vastly superior to his, allowing Han Li to observe him without being noticed. While Han Li's spiritual sense wasn't as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator's, by cultivating the Great Development Technique, it wasn't that much weaker either. Since he could even conceal himself from a nearby early nascent soul cultivator, it was only natural for him to be able to do this much. To the best of his knowledge, a majority of nascent soul cultivators lingered at early nascent soul stage without any hope of advancement. And much to his relief, he couldn't sense such a monster nearby. However, since the Starfall Coalition dared to attack South Clear Island, there should be at least one nascent soul cultivator in the main host. As such, Han Li could only conceal himself and meekly wait for the conclusion of the battle before stealthily slipping away. Chapter 502, Questioning the battle at the harbor didn't continue for long. As the red barrier released glimmers of light from the impact by the multicolored barrage, an immense gray radiance brimming with evil chi suddenly struck it. With the assistance of the dense bombardment of magic tools and techniques, the great formation eventually began to waver. With a series of booms, the red barrier violently flickered and eventually ruptured with a sharp explosion. Unknown whether it was due to the formation spell's might or the Star Palace's own doing, the fragments of the red light barrier slowly spread through the sky in a final burst of radiance, sowing chaos throughout the ranks of the Star Defiance Coalition. As if having planned for this, the Star Palace cultivators took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Among the escaping cultivators, there were those that shot out of the harbor at exceptional speed. They seemed to be the high-grade cultivators that had remained on the island. At nearly the same time, over 10 streaks of similarly powerful light shot after them in close pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the streaks of light had disappeared without a trace. It seems the upper echelon of the Star Defiance Coalition wanted to get rid of all of the Star Palace cultivators on South Clear Island in one clean swoop, without allowing even a single to escape. At that moment, the many cultivators of the Star Defiance Coalition began to slowly descend from the sky. From their clothes, it was clear to see that the group consisted of people from two different sections. One of the uniform consisted of silver robes lined with gold while the other was completely green robes. It appeared that both the righteous and devilish Tao were acting together. Han Li felt quite surprised at how quickly the battle had concluded, but he soon made sense of it. There was a vast difference in power between the defenders and attackers. While the Star Palace had done their utmost, their will alone couldn't compensate for the sheer lack of numbers. As Han Li was wondering whether or not he should take advantage of the disorder to escape from the island, an old man flew out from the group of green-robed cultivators. When Han Li swept his spiritual sense past him, he perceived the old man to be an early core formation cultivator. The man calmly flew above the spectators by the harbor and swept his gaze over them. He then said with a deep voice, "Listen well, fellow Taoists. Under the orders of Elder Wang of the Star Defiance Coalition, Enforcer Tsang Yunlong, announced that the Star Palace has been routed from the island. In order to prevent any misunderstandings, I hope none of you will hastily attempt to leave the island. For the next 4 hours, we will be pursuing the remnants of the Star Palace forces. Everyone may leave after that. I ask that everyone please remain calm. Our alliance only holds malice towards the Star Palace and their allies. We won't act against any other fellow Taoists." Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clear and resounding, allowing all of the nearby cultivators to hear him clearly. The cultivators that were concealed nearby couldn't help but look at each other. Since no one took the initiative to spread or to stir up any trouble, the following moments were filled with complete silence. When Han Li heard this proclamation, he felt relieved. It seemed that in order to win over the hearts of others, they were unwilling to treat neutral cultivators unfairly. If he was going to be somewhat late, then so be it. Even if he were to leave now, it was still uncertain whether or not he would be able to sneak into the city. Just as Han Li thought this, the green-robed old man wordlessly flew back. When Hanli saw the old man disappear, he didn't immediately take action. Perhaps due to the old man's words or their missions, the other cultivators also didn't depart from the port. Instead, they closely watched the actions of the Starfall coalition. At that moment, the silver-robed cultivators were dismantling the formation in an orderly fashion and started to place down their own formation spell. As for the green-robed cultivators, half of them stayed near the harbor on guard while the others flew right past Hanli towards the center of the island. It appeared that South Clear Island was about to become the beachhead through which the coalition would launch their attacks on Heavenly Star City. Seeing these cultivators silently carrying out their orders with such discipline was quite a shock to Hanli. It seemed the righteous and Devil Dao had long planned for their rise to supremacy in the scattered star seas. After all, training such disciplined cultivators wasn't a matter of only a mere several tens of years. However, Hanli felt quite baffled that the Star Palace would choose to passively wait for the Starfall coalition to attack. Were they so weak that they couldn't counterattack, or was the Star Palace merely stalling for time so the Heavenly Star sages could have a chance to leave seclusion? Hanli felt quite puzzled by this, but after some more thought, he broke out into laughter. Regardless of what plans and hidden intrigue the Star Palace and the Starfall coalition may have in store, they had absolutely nothing to do with a rogue cultivator such as himself. So long as he went out of his way to be careful, there shouldn't be any way for him to become wrapped up in their schemes. With that thought, Hanli regained his calm once more. After patiently waiting for 4 hours, the green-robed old man and 3 more core formation cultivators returned to the harbor. As the old man floated in mid-air, he said with a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, if you wish to leave the island, you merely have to either display a token of your identity or show us your cultivation art. If you do not wish to leave, then you may continue to stay here. So long as you possess no enmity with the Starfall coalition, you will be treated fairly." After these words were said, there was a moment of uproar before silence returned. Although the words sounded polite, no one wished to reveal themselves. Righteous Dao cultivators were particularly disinclined to reveal themselves to these Devil Dao cultivators as their previous relations weren't particularly great. If they had made a previous indiscretion and caused offense, they would be damning themselves by moving forward. Although the possibility was quite small, they didn't wish to test the waters themselves and would rather have others brave the risk instead. Hanli also remained still as he wasn't about to make himself stand out either. As the opposition was only core formation cultivators, he could remain concealed with ease as their spiritual sense was incapable of detecting him. After a long moment of silence, when the green-robed man started to appear gloomy, a white streak of light eventually flew towards him. A young man obediently flew before the old man and respectfully saluted him. "Junior is the sky-opening sect's disciple Xian Ming. I've seen Senior before. This is my token of identification, a white water sword." He then took out a sparkling white sword and handed it over to him. After the old man examined the sword, his face relaxed and he handed it back to the young man. "Oh, the sky-opening sect. I've indeed met esteemed sect master Daoist Lu before. This magic tool is held by all sky-opening sect disciples. You may go." The young man then smiled and respectfully bid his farewells before flying out of the harbor. Not a single cultivator from the Starfall coalition blocked his way. Seeing that the young man had managed to leave the island without any difficulties, others began to fly towards the old man and reveal themselves. The old man seemed rich with experience. Regardless of what token or cultivation art they revealed, the old man was able to identify it at a glance, much to the surprise of Hanli. When Hanli saw a core formation such as himself be allowed to leave, he began to feel impatient. He then revealed himself and flew towards the sky as a streak of azure light. Who might fellow Daoist be? When the old man saw that Hanli was a core formation cultivator, his tone became slightly more tactful. I am the guest elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. This is my sect token. Please, have a look. On the day that Fairy Violet Spirit had deemed him an elder, she had given him a badge. Hanli took it out and handed it over to the old man without hesitation. The old man carefully examined the token and stared at Hanli as he said, "Exquisite Sound Sect? The guest elders of your sect should be named Hanli and Crooked Soul, both of whom are often in secluded cultivation and rarely seen. Which one of them are you?" Hanli's heart trembled, but he wore a calm smile instead. "My name is Hanli." I didn't expect that fellow Daoist would know the name of a fameless vagrant cultivator such as myself. Impressive. The old man chuckled and spoke with an unexpectedly polite tone. Hee, it was nothing. Your esteemed sect is famous throughout the scattered star seas, especially your sect's Fairy Violet Spirit. Our clan's young master has long wished to see her exceptional beauty. I hope fellow Daoist can pass those words along. Shock momentarily appeared on his face before he hesitantly asked, "Young master? Who might you be speaking of?" My sect's young master is the sole descendant of the great ancestor. Although few know of his name right now, it will later reverberate throughout the scattered star seas. Hanli was inwardly flabbergasted, but he agreed, "All right. If I come across the sect leader, I will be sure to pass those words on." The old man appeared quite satisfied with Hanli's response. After fumbling with the token for a moment more, he gave the token back to Hanli and said, "Good. As there is nothing wrong with your token, you may go." After Hanli saluted him, he unhurriedly flew off. The old man revealed a strange expression as he watched Hanli fly off towards the horizon. It's not the same. Although you can accumulate a bit of weak baleful chi from that, it would last for but a short moment, and would easily disappear. As for this person, not only is his baleful chi exceedingly dense, but it is also extremely cold. This is something that can only be developed by killing a great number of cultivators of similar rank or higher. Unless he uses a few specific secret techniques to rid himself of the baleful chi, it will forever haunt his body. After a cold glint flickered from his eyes, he imposingly continued, "Furthermore, he seems to have comprehended a few miraculous sword chi techniques, causing the span of his baleful chi to be exceptionally large. It is truly astonishing. If an ordinary cultivator were to fight him, not only would their bewitchment and illusionary techniques be weakened, but if his baleful chi were to be fully cultivated, his opponents could temporarily lose their will to fight if they do not protect against it. If he were to cultivate our 7 fiend arts, he would make rapid advancements." Of course, the old man didn't know that Hanli had sparsely killed core formation cultivators, but instead killed several hundreds of their equivalent, grade 5 demon beasts. The reason for his heavy baleful chi was completely different from what he had imagined. The burly man blankly stared for a moment before puzzlingly asking, "Enforcer-tsang, could it be that you wish to take him as a disciple? Regardless of his baleful chi, he won't become your disciple. Don't forget that he is a core formation cultivator as well." The old man calmly said, "Take him in as a disciple." "Of course not. I was merely interested in the method he used to accumulate such strong baleful chi. He must have a secret." Having heard that, the burly man lost interest. He reckoned that in the entire scattered star seas, any cultivation arts that draw on support from the baleful chi to progress all belonged to renegade sections. As his own cultivation art was not one of them, he felt disinterested. But the burly man soon thought of something and asked with a puzzled expression, "You said that the young master was interested in the Exquisite Sound sect's Fairy Violet Spirit. Why haven't I heard of this before? Could he have told you in private?" Hee. The young master need not tell me anything. You should know the cultivation art that the young master cultivates. With the widespread fame of Fairy Violet Spirit's beauty, if we are able to present the woman to our young master, there will be many rewards. The young master has just reached late core formation stage. With the sacred ancestors' pointers and protection, I reckon that he will become a nascent soul cultivator in less than 100 years. The burly man was rendered speechless for a moment before he excitedly nodded his head. The burly man then rubbed his hands with a sinister smile and said, "Then when should we act?" It appears that the young master is about to leave seclusion. He then asked them with a deep voice, "What business do you two have? I am in a hurry. If you have nothing to say, then I will take my leave." "Wrong. You will be coming with us." The robust man icily spoke with a commanding tone. Hanley scowled and his eyes coldly glinted. "Have I offended you too? Or has the Starfall Coalition taken to tyrannically arresting people as they please? Fellow Daoist, please do not be angry. We are under orders to pursue and eliminate any Star Palace remnants. We managed to wound a Star Palace cultivator just recently, but he managed to escape in this direction using a strange technique. It just so happened we found you while in pursuit of him. According to our knowledge, the Star Palace cultivators possess his face-changing techniques. As we are unable to tell if your appearance is genuine, we must ask you to accompany us until we find the cultivator that escaped." The scholarly middle-aged man spoke quite politely, but he obviously had no intention of letting Hanley go. Chapter 504. The Might of Ancient Treasures. Hanley grew silent in response to the scholarly man's words, and his expression continuously shifted as he considered his options. The two righteous Tao cultivators tacitly glanced at each other before vigilantly watching Hanley. Hanley smiled and serenely said, "All right, since I have no immediate affairs, I will accompany you too." The two men's expressions immediately relaxed. A trace of satisfaction appeared on the scholarly man's face as he opened his mouth to say something. At that moment, Hanley struck. His right hand suddenly emerged from his sleeve, silently shooting 6 streaks of azure light towards the large man. At the same time, he waved his left hand, summoning a chain of 5 colored copper bands in his palm. It started to release a muffled hum. "You dare to attack?" The scholarly man quickly reacted. Upon seeing Hanley attack, he immediately spat out a square magic treasure several inches wide. It was flat and pitch black, appearing to be an inkstone of sorts. The robust man quickly moved as well and released a white jade stamp that glowed with white light. The magic treasure immediately increased several times in size as it met the 6 streaks of azure light. At that moment, the scholarly man saw the copper bands in Hanley's hand and shouted out a warning, "Be careful of the copper bands." The large man was unable to utter a response. The 6 streaks of azure light had released a clear ring before splitting into 12 identical sword lights. 6 of the 12 lights then suddenly merged into a huge sword and fiercely cut down upon the white jade stamp. The other 6 streaks of sword light then changed direction and swiftly arced off to the side. The large man was greatly alarmed. Without the time to think, he hastily formed an incantation gesture. Bursts of blue light with vivid talisman characters contained within them flourished around him. The flourishes of blue light wildly expanded and formed a barrier of blue light around the large man. The large man intended to directly receive the attack of Hanley's bamboo cloudswarm swords. Of course, the scholarly man didn't stay still as all of this happened. After he had initially shouted, he hastily pointed to the inkstone floating in front of him. It quickly swiveled and released a black fog. In a second, the fog had already reached the span of 10 meters, flooding the nearby surroundings with the smell of ink. Then without hesitation, the scholarly man cast an incantation seal, causing the black fog to rapidly condense into a flock of 30 pitch-black birds that were each about half a foot long. Then with a monstrous cry, they shot towards Hanley with a flicker of red light. Hanley turned a blind eye to the attack, and had his copper bands sway several times before disappearing with a shimmer. He then summoned his ancient flower basket with a flip of his hand. Seeing that Hanli was completely unconcerned with his attack, the scholarly man rejoiced rather than becoming angry. His bewildering inkstone was created from ancient refinement methods. It was only through sheer luck and tremendous effort that he had been able to successfully create it. He had nearly used up half of his life to save up for it, but he had no regrets. Ever since he acquired the bewildering inkstone, he had rarely met a cultivator of the same grade that could pose a threat to him. Even mid-core formation cultivators found it troublesome. So long as the target's cultivation wasn't vastly superior to his own, they would be immediately trapped in an inescapable illusion after becoming enveloped by the ink fog. The scholarly man couldn't help but sneer as the birds shot towards Hanli. He clutched his hands in an incantation seal, intending to order his birds to rupture. But at that same moment, he suddenly heard a low hum next to his ear. His limbs and neck were suddenly clasped in copper bands. Head laced with sweat, the large man clutched an incantation gesture in an attempt to retrieve his stamp as the 6 azure swords continued to hammer down on his blue talisman barrier. Of course, his effort was in vain. The large man's mind was shaken after having seen how easily his companion was dealt with. When he saw Hanli's attention shift onto him, he felt his body break out in a chill. He gritted his teeth and suddenly flew off as a streak of blue light, abandoning his own soul-linked magic treasure in a decisive move. Hanli narrowed his eyes, and his copper bands disappeared from view once more. A moment later, they appeared above the fleeing man's head. The large man couldn't believe his eyes as the 5 copper bands locked onto his body, passing through his blue barrier as if there was nothing there. At that same moment, the blue light surrounding him suddenly disappeared as he fell from the sky with a tumble. A cold glint flashed from Hanli's eyes. A streak of azure light fell from the sky and wound around the large man several times, cutting him into pieces. Both of the 2 Starfall Coalition cultivators had already been slain by Hanli's hand. At that moment, Hanli effortlessly took their storage pouches and looked through them with his spiritual sense for a moment before calmly putting them away. As for the masterless block stamp and inkstone magic treasures, Hanli helped himself to them as well. With his hands behind his back, Hanli then lowered his head towards the ocean and said, "Fellow Daoist has been stealthily watching for quite some time. How about you come out for a fresh breath of air?" Although his voice wasn't very loud, it could be clearly heard from a kilometer away. A sea breeze blew past Hanli before the area returned to silence once more. Hanli sighed upon seeing this. With a sullen expression, he said with an irritated tone, "Must I drag your esteemed self out from the sea myself?" With Hanli having discovered his hiding spot, the concealed individual couldn't help but flusteredly say, "Fellow Daoist, please wait. I am coming out right now." Chapter 505, Ling Yuling. Hanli felt somewhat astonished upon hearing the person's voice. The sea beneath him rippled and flashed with white light before revealing a cultivator slowly flying out from the sea. The new arrival wore the white attire of the Star Palace, possessed long black hair, and had an emerald green headband embedded with jade. Upon being able to clearly see the person's appearance, Hanli revealed slight amazement. The person had flawless white skin, thick dark eyebrows, delicate red lips, pointed eyes, and a thin nose. The Star Palace cultivator was undoubtedly beautiful, but what shocked Hanli was that he couldn't tell whether the person was a man or a woman. If this person was a woman, one might say that her mouth formed a natural smile and that her every movement carried a trace of confidence and ease. If one were to say the person was a man, then one might say that his beautiful appearance held an unconcealable charm, one that proved fatally attractive towards other men. "Although I do not know your esteemed name, I am grateful for your rescue. I am the Star Palace's external affairs enforcer, Ling Yuling." While the person's voice was pleasant, it was neutral in pitch. This caused Hanli to frown and feel apprehension. This person reminded him of the Harmonious Bond sect's young master Tian, one from the heavenly south region's Devil Dao. But after some more thought, he felt that they were completely different. While young Master Tian may have been extremely gorgeous, his mannerisms and voice were clearly that of a man. TL note: since there are no gender-neutral singular pronouns in English, Ling Yuling will be addressed as he, despite having an indeterminate gender. As for this Ling Yuling fellow, although his actions were that of a man's, he held an indescribably effeminate aura. Moreover, with the deep magnetism in his voice, it was even more difficult to differentiate him as a man or woman. I am Han Li. My previous actions took but a slight effort. Had they not forced my hand, I wouldn't have attacked them. Although he still felt shocked, he didn't reveal any hint of it on his face. Regardless, I am still very grateful towards you. Ling Yuling smiled sweetly, casually producing a flirtatious charm. Han Li felt his heart coldly tremble. As he still didn't know whether or not he was a man or a woman, he could only turn a blind eye toward Ling Yuling's beauty. Ling Yuling retrieved his smile with eyes flickering in thought. He then solemnly said, "Is the reason why fellow Daoist is in a hurry because he wishes to go to Heavenly Star City? The city should have already been locked down, and it would be quite difficult to enter. If fellow Daoist is willing, I would be happy to take you into the city as compensation for your rescue." When Ling Yuling said this, Han Li felt somewhat surprised. But after some thought, he realized that he had already displayed his lack of association with the Starfall Coalition when he killed 2 of their cultivators. As such, Ling Yuling took the initiative to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. Han Li slowly replied with a bright expression, "My cave residence was set up in Heavenly Star City, and I was in a hurry to return because of it. I must thank fellow Daoist Ling for the trouble. Else, I may have been unable to enter the city." Ling Yuling beamingly smiled in response with bright, seductive eyes. "You're too kind. Since fellow Daoist was able to slay those 2 without hesitation, you naturally won't need any identification to enter the city. Our Star Palace welcomes you. However, those 2 weren't the only cultivators in pursuit of me, nor were they the strongest. We had best hurry on our way." Han Li remained silent and nodded in response. The 2 then flew off towards Heaven Star City as streaks of light. Along the way, Han Li curiously examined the other cultivator. As Ling Yuling's white clothes were slightly loose, Han Li wasn't able to make out any female or male characteristics from the outside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Ling Yuling didn't have a protrusion from his throat too. However, this wasn't enough to definitely prove that he was a woman. To the best of his knowledge, there were a few peculiar cultivation arts that reversed one's yin and yang, altering portions of one's gender characteristics. This person wouldn't be cultivating such a technique, right? Han Li strangely thought. Having noticed Han Li's gaze, the beautiful person charmingly smiled towards Han Li, causing him to turn his head away in embarrassment. Fellow Daoist possesses 2 ancient treasures, and seems to be favored by the heavens. Although I've had the fortune to see many magic treasures, I've never seen one with abilities such as your copper bands. I wonder what are their origins. As Ling Yuling flew in a streak of light, he casually mentioned Han Li's ancient treasures for some reason. Han Li replied vaguely, "It's nothing. I have merely had more opportunities than ordinary cultivators." There was no way he would so easily divulge the truth. But fellow Daoist did kill 2 similar grade cultivators by himself and can't possibly be a common character. Would you be interested in joining our Star Palace? I can give you a recommendation. Seeing that Han Li didn't want to answer, he didn't push the issue and casually changed the subject to recruiting him instead. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but frown. This Ling Yuling was quite difficult to handle. They had yet to arrive at the city and he'd already started to raise some serious questions. Any cultivators that joined the Star Palace now would become cannon fodder, but if he refused, would he still be granted access into the city? His own words would ensnare him. After a moment of thought, Hanli sighed and spoke with deliberation. Although I've looked up to the Star Palace for quite some time, the Exquisite Sound sect has treated me exceptionally well. I'm afraid I cannot leave my post as the Exquisite Sound sect's guest elder in the coming years. I am truly sorry. Hanli shamelessly used the Exquisite Sound sect as an excuse to refuse. It is no matter. I feel much admiration towards fellow Daoist Han's exceptional loyalty. However, our Star Palace will always be willing to welcome individuals such as yourself into our ranks. Ling Yuling didn't reveal any dissatisfaction at Han Li's tactful refusal. Instead, he faintly smiled and started to chat with Han Li about a few hidden rumors and interesting stories of the scattered star seas. He tactfully avoided re-mentioning any matters pertaining to the Star Palace and Starfall Coalition. Han Li was quite happy at Ling Yuling's quick change in attitude, allowing him some time to relax. As they idly chatted on their way, they eventually spotted Heavenly Star City and rejoiced. But before they managed to get close to the island, a squad of 5 cultivators appeared before them from seemingly out of nowhere. Their leader was a sallow-faced middle-aged early core formation cultivator. The other 4 cultivators were all at Foundation establishment. We pay respects to Enforcer Ling. Upon recognizing Ling Yuling, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators flew forwards and respectfully saluted him. It seemed this androgynous person held quite the reputation in the Star Palace. The sallow-faced cultivator revealed pleasant surprise and asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Ling, are you all right?" Senior Marshal Brother was quite worried upon hearing that South Clear Island had been ambushed. Who might this fellow Daoist be? The sallow-faced cultivator then turned his sights on Han Li and suspiciously examined him. Ling Yuling spoke with a serene expression. "I was pursued by 2 Starfall Coalition cultivators along the way, but thankfully, fellow Daoist Han came to my rescue. As fellow Daoist Han's cave residence was established in Heavenly Star City, I've brought him back here. There should be no problem in allowing fellow Daoist Han into the city, yes?" Not knowing whether it was due to fatigue from the rush to the city or some internal injuries, Han Li saw that Ling Yuling's face had grown somewhat pale, causing him to appear somewhat fragile. Since he is someone who saved the life of Junior Marshal Brother Ling, this will be no problem at all. "Junior Marshal Brother Ling, are you injured?" When Han Li saw the sallow-faced cultivator's extremely concerned expression, his heart stirred. "It is nothing. Although they struck me with a magic treasure, I had the protection of my heavenly fragrance chain, and didn't suffer much damage." Ling Yuling's beautiful face faintly blushed, but his expression still remained calm. After a moment of hesitation, the sallow-faced man took a small bottle from his body and politely passed it over to him. "I have a heaven spirit pill that was refined from a secret formula. Junior Marshal Brother Ling, please take it and prevent any lasting damage to your vital energies." When Ling Yuling saw this, his expression sank as if he were about to become angry. But he soon thought of something and instead smiled with passionate eyes, saying, "Then Junior Marital Brother must thank Senior Marshal Brother for the medicine. I must first head into the palace and report on South Clear Island. I'm afraid I must ask Senior Marital Brother to help fellow Daoist Han into the city. As he is my savior, Senior Marshal Brother must treat him properly." Ling Yuling then smiled, taking the bottle with his slim, flawless hand in a very graceful manner. In that moment, it appeared he was undoubtedly a woman. The sallow-faced cultivator revealed excitement as if he were honored to hear Ling Yuling's pleasant words. "It is not a problem. Since Elder Wang is on duty, he won't make things difficult for Junior Marshal Brother." He then slapped his chest and pledged, "Please don't hesitate to leave fellow Daoist Han with me." When Han Li saw this, a strange expression flickered from his eyes. Was this person a woman or not? Why else would the sallow-faced man appear so infatuated with Ling Yuling? Han Li's heart was in great turbulence. 1. The gorgeous man, first introduced in Chapter 257. http://www.wuxiaworld.com/mgindex/mg, chapter 257/2. Commonly known as an Adam's apple. Chapter 506, Requirements for Access. For a long while, the sallow-faced cultivator gazed in the direction that Ling Yuling had flown off in. He eventually turned his gaze back to Han Li and calmly said, "Although fellow Daoist did assist Junior Marshal Brother Ling, there are still a few questions I must ask you. As these are trying times, I hope fellow Daoist will cooperate." Han Li calmly replied, "If fellow Daoist has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask." The sallow-faced cultivator nodded his head and said, "Good. First, tell me your identity. I will be verifying whether or not it is true." Han Li smiled upon hearing this. "I am an elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. This is my badge, and this is the restriction control medallion to my cave residence in the city. I'm sure that fellow Daoist will know whether it is genuine or fake." Exquisite Sound Sect. Take a look and see if the Exquisite Sound sect has an elder named Han. The sallow-faced cultivator bluntly took both of the medallions, and gave an order to those behind him without turning his head. "Yes." When the dainty female cultivator heard him, she hastily rummaged through her storage pouch before taking out a jade slip and immersing her spiritual sense within it. Afterwards, she glanced at Han Li several times before speaking with a respectful tone, "Enforcer Zhao, the Exquisite Sound sect does have an elder named Han Li and his appearance is exactly the same as is recorded." When the sallow-faced cultivator heard this, he expressionlessly nodded his head. "Oh. These two medallions are genuine as well. There seems to be no problem with your identity." The sallow-faced cultivator tossed the medallions back to Han Li. "All right, you four continue on your patrol. I will be bringing this fellow Daoist into the city." The four behind him shouted in acknowledgement, "Yes." Afterwards, the sallow-faced cultivator wordlessly beckoned to Han Li and flew off toward Heavenly Star City. Han Li closely flew after him as a streak of azure light. Not long after, the sallow-faced cultivator brought Han Li to the high walls of the city before flying up towards a city gate. Although there was no further interrogation, Han Li released his spiritual sense to examine his surroundings, discovering at least 6 hidden cultivators along the way. Although they were mostly Foundation establishment cultivators, there were 2 core formation cultivators that remained unseen. Although his face remained calm, his heart trembled. It seemed the attack on South Clear Island had prompted Heavenly Star City to introduce greatly increased security as he had expected. Had he not been given a referral, he feared it wouldn't have been an easy task to enter the city. The city gates appeared quite desolate. Apart from the tens of white-clothed cultivators standing guard outside of it, there was no one else present. In addition, as Han Li came closer to the city, he discovered that the walls and the gate were glowing with faint white light as if they were under the effects of a restriction. After the sallow-faced cultivator landed on the gate, he headed straight towards an old man that was reclining in a bamboo chair. He had a short beard and whiskers all over his face. He saluted the old man and spoke with a respectful tone, "Enforcer Yu. This is the Exquisite Sound Sect's Elder Han. I've already inspected his identity and command medallion, and I've found no problems. I must trouble Enforcer Yu to explain the procedure for entering the city. I cannot stay much longer as I must continue on my patrol." Han Li's gaze fell onto the old man and he immediately put his guard up. It was no wonder that the sallow-faced cultivator was so polite to him. He was a mid-core formation cultivator. The old man slowly opened his eyes as if he were still half asleep. Exquisite Sound Sect. After a moment of hesitation, he somewhat reluctantly added on, "That's right," and he righteously assisted Junior Marshal Brother Ling as well. A cold glint flickered in the old man's eyes, faintly revealing a spirited energy before it immediately disappeared. Then with a powerless voice, he lazily said, "Oh, that is strange. All right, I understand. Fellow Daoist Xiao may return. The sallow-faced cultivator seemed to not mind the old man's mannerisms and saluted him before flying off, paying Hanli not the slightest heed. Hanli calmly stood in place and silently looked at the old man. I've seen the exquisite sound sex young girl Violet Spirit many times before. She truly is a fine beauty. I've heard of you, exquisite sound sect elder, but unfortunately, I've never had the chance to meet you before. It seems from your youthful appearance, that you also cultivate a technique that halts the aging of your appearance, much like our fellow Daoist Ling. To the best of my knowledge, these cultivation techniques are all extreme in nature. There are little benefits if a man were to cultivate it. With serene calm, Hanli asked, do your words mean that fellow Daoist Ling is a man? As for my appearance, that is the result of a face-setting pill that I took long ago, not a cultivation technique. The old man let out a muffled chuckle before speaking with an impressive lack of speed. Even our star palace is unsure of whether fellow Daoist Ling is a male or female, let alone me. However, it is undoubtable that he cultivates a technique that halts his appearance. It seems fellow Daoist Han's luck is quite good to come across an opportunity to consume a rare medicine pill. Hanli felt astonished. The old man continued, all right, I won't dwell on the matter. Since your identity has already been examined, this old man won't bother to do so. However, as the times are unordinary, the rules will be as well. Fellow Daoist, listen well to what I have to say. Hanli raised his eyebrows and remained silent. The old man's expression grew sullen and he said with an icy tone, right now, fellow Daoist has two options. You can join the Star Palace for the time being if you are willing to assist us in our fight. In this case, your movements will be unrestrained within the city. And each time you carry out any missions, you will be heavily rewarded. There is no way we would allow anyone's efforts to be in vain. If you are unwilling to fight in the war and wish to stay idly in the city, we won't force you to fight, but as the city is currently under martial law, no one is allowed to casually leave their residence unless it is during a specified time. Our enforcement squads in the city will slay anyone who does not follow these rules. Fellow Daoist Han can now tell me his choice. A strange expression flickered from Han Li's eyes. For a time, he silently sunk into contemplation. When the old man saw this, he didn't rush Han Li. He only narrowed his eyes, revealing a slightly crossed expression. After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li solemnly asked, after I enter the city, would I be able to use the Outer Star Seas transportation formation? Originally, it would have been fine so long as you paid the Spirit Stone toll. However, it will no longer do. If you wish to go to the Outer Star Seas, you will have to do something for us. The old man didn't appear surprised as if he had already anticipated Han Li's question. Although Han Li already guessed what it would be, he still frowned and asked, what would that be? The old man faintly smiled, and lightly said, it's quite simple. As soon as the battle starts, you will get an assignment from the Star Palace to eliminate a Starfall Coalition cultivator at the same rank of cultivation as yourself. His smile seemed to resemble a smirk. Having heard this, Han Li bitterly laughed in his mind. It seems the upper echelons of the Star Palace intended to coerce cultivators that wished to leave the city. Even if the Star Palace couldn't control them, they would be required to spill the blood of Starfall Coalition cultivators. On the one hand, it would weaken the might of the Starfall Coalition. On the other, it would prevent those cultivators from ever joining the enemy. Using a single breath, Han Li quickly said, I've already killed similar ranked cultivators on my way back with fellow Daoist Ling. Does that count? You've already killed one. The old man appeared quite moved. That's right, Han Li nodded his head without hesitation. Unfortunately, that won't count. It must happen after the battle has started. There is no point if you kill any of them beforehand. Han Li stroked his chin and pensively asked, "When does fellow Daoist reckon that the battle will break out?" The old man was slightly surprised by Han Li's question and took another look at Han Li before calmly replying, "It should be as soon as the next few days, I imagine. The Starfall Coalition don't plan on attacking the inner island, but rather aim to take over Heavenly Star City in an ambush in the quickest time possible." Without further deliberation, Han Li calmly said, "I will enlist. I'll be wanting to use the Outer Star Sea's transportation formation after I kill a cultivator of the same rank." The old man patted down his body before fishing out a sparkling yellow ring. He then indifferently handed it over to Han Li and said, "Good. Put this ring on. It represents that for the time being, you will be a member of the Star Palace. When the battle comes, the ring will give you an assignment." He prepared to explore the surroundings of the transportation formation, and see whether or not he could stealthily use it. If the security was lacking, he would seize the first opportunity to use it. As for whether or not he offended the colossal Star Palace, he didn't care in the least. In the end, he would still be pursued by those nascent soul eccentrics. With those reassuring thoughts in mind, Han Li dozed off to sleep. The numerous surprises on the past excursions had left Han Li quite fatigued. On the next day, Han Li awoke with roused spirits. He slowly walked out from the cave residence underneath a clear and bright sky, before flying into the air and examining his surroundings. Although there weren't as many cultivators outside compared to during peacetime, it was completely different from yesterday. It seemed that this was the time where free movement was allowed. Han Li first flew around his surroundings in a circle. After seeing that no one was monitoring him or paying any attention, he shot towards the 50th floor of Sage Mountain without any hesitation. Security was tighter as he went deeper into the mountain. Soon, Han Li arrived above the Starry Sky Palace, where the transportation formation was located. However, he merely passed over it. Instead, he pretended to visit another hall instead, and used that short instance to quietly sweep his spiritual sense over the hall. It went quite smoothly. The hall was nearly entirely devoid of any obstructions, but when he swept his spiritual sense past the inner portion of the building, he was blocked by a blue-yellow restriction. Fortunately, Han Li noticed it quite quickly and was able to retrieve his spiritual sense before touching the restriction. His expression then sank. Although he reckoned he was able to force his spiritual sense past the restriction, it would alert any of the cultivators inside the hall. There was no way he would willingly do something so foolish. At that moment, he unconsciously frowned. Because of the restriction, Han Li was neither able to see the quantity of cultivators within the inner halls nor their level of cultivation. However, there was no reason for any nascent soul cultivators to appear there. In the most extreme case, there would only be late core formation cultivators present. After all, the Starry Sky Palace didn't hold any critical value towards the Star Palace's upper echelon. After flying a far enough distance, Han Li flew in a circle and returned along a slightly different path. When Han Li was on his way back, he indignantly released his spiritual sense to see whether or not there was a gap in the restrictions. While his exploration found no faults in the restrictions, he did hear a raspy voice. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, how were the terms?" 3,000 spirit stones per person on the transportation formation. This is the greatest amount we could offer. When Han Li heard this, his heart began to stir. His sights quickly fell onto two cultivators beneath him, and he immediately slowed down. One of the cultivators was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man while the other was a shriveled man with a sickly appearance. Both of them were mid-foundation establishment cultivators. The one who had nervously spoken was the dark-skinned man. The two were being careful, whispering at a place where no one else was present. But that didn't matter when Han Li's enormous spiritual sense enveloped them. He could hear everything they said with perfect clarity. "Sure. Be careful. Let's talk about this through voice transmission." The shriveled man nervously glanced around, but Hanli managed to perceptibly hide himself in an instant, entering a state of chi restraint. At that same moment, Hanli's spiritual sense was immediately withdrawn from other areas and was completely focused on the two in preparation of eavesdropping on their voice transmissions. As Hanli's spiritual sense far surpassed theirs, he was able to do this with the utmost secrecy. Were other core formation cultivators to attempt this, they would require an appropriate top-grade secret technique to accomplish the same result. Although we may be distant relatives, it is extremely dangerous to secretly release people into the outer star seas. He said that anything less than 5,000 spirit stones per person, and he will have to decline. And this is considering that the Star Palace doesn't care about us Foundation establishment cultivators. Were a core formation cultivator to hand over even more spirit stones, he definitely wouldn't be allowed through. With an unsightly expression, the dark-skinned man roared, 5,000. Are we filled with money? How are rogue Foundation establishment cultivators supposed to come up with that many spirit stones? Even while outraged, he had still remembered to use voice transmissions. The shriveled cultivator sighed and attempted to placate him. It is far too dangerous to continue to live within the inner star seas. Us rogue cultivators could fall victim to any calamity that appears. When that happens, our lives will be forfeit. What use will spirit stones have then? After all, we all reckon that the forces of the Star Palace are nearly equal to that of the Starfall Coalition. It is very likely the war will last several years if not several tens of years. I don't want to spend my days flying around while fleeing and hiding in fear. As for spirit stones, we all possess no small amount of rare materials we've been keeping in reserve. We should be able to use them to pay the remaining amount of spirit stones. In that manner, they would be willing to agree and give us face. Impossible. Are we going to pour out our entire fortunes to go to the outer star seas? Absurd. The dark-faced man shook his head in a miserly fashion. The shriveled man was also distressed and bitterly said, "Fine, let's go back and see what the others think." But did you not think that your fellow Taoists aren't able to casually spend such an amount? My husband and I wouldn't be able to produce that sum even with all of our possessions. Could it be that fellow Taoist wishes to leave alone? When the other woman heard her, she revealed a trace of annoyance and asked, "When did I say that I was going alone? How about we just ask Brother E? You are very experienced and have the highest cultivation among us. Surely you can give us a proper analysis of the pros and cons." The embroidered-robed man said, "All right, there is no need for you two to continue. Fellow Taoist Lu cannot use the transportation formation alone. The outer star seas isn't a place where a lone formation establishment cultivator can roam around. It is only when we go together that we will be able to survive. If we're lucky, we'll manage to kill a few spirit beasts and use their cores to refine medicine pills. In addition, we won't be tasked with killing a cultivator of a similar grade during the battle. Even core formation cultivators would find it difficult to preserve their lives during the fray, let alone us low-grade cultivators. Moreover, there is also the worry of the Star Palace turning back on their word. That's impossible. The Star Palace seems to have never done such unjust actions. Fellow Taoist E, aren't you being overly suspicious? The burly youth said. Although his age was young, he had a mature aura. Although the possibility is low, it is still possible. This isn't a period where the Star Palace is the sole superpower. If the Star Palace feels it is in danger, it will do as it wants without any fear of the consequences. Such is the right of the powerful. Humph. The large, embroidered-robed man's face twitched before he disdainfully snorted. He seemed to hold quite some understanding of great powers. After that was said, everyone in the room remained silent as they sunk into thought. The large man then slowly continued, "Therefore, the optimal choice would be to use spirit stones to preserve our lives. If we were to truly participate in the battle, it is quite possible that we would all perish. And even if some of us were to survive and head to the outer star seas, survival would be out of the question from a lack of strength. It would only be another path to disaster. However, it costs so many spirit stones. When the dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke with a distressed expression, the embroidered robe cultivator interrupted him with an icy expression. What use are spirit stones if you're dead? Besides, we'll be able to make up for our losses by hunting down a few high-grade demon beasts in the outer star seas. What is most important at the moment is using the transportation formation. The dark-skinned cultivator seemed quite scared of the large man and immediately grew silent at his rebuke. As for the lack of spirit stones, take out as many as you can. Let's see whether or not they will be flexible. If it won't do, then we'll take out our excess spirit stones and lend them to each other for the time being. After we teleport to the outer star seas, the debts will be paid back with interest. The large man imposingly gazed at the more destitute cultivators as he spoke as if having already decided for them. The six glanced at each other in discomfort, but they all reluctantly accepted his command. The large man revealed slight satisfaction and turned towards the shriveled man. He said with an imposing tone, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, I must trouble you to make another trip tomorrow, and see if they are willing to take a lesser price. If it is impossible, then we will agree to those conditions. However, we must leave by the day after tomorrow, there cannot be any delays. It will all be meaningless unless we can leave before the battle erupts." The shriveled man repeatedly agreed. Afterwards, a lively discussion began to erupt in the room over the specific details. As Hanli stood outside the room, he was able to hear the entirety of their discussion with perfect clarity. He couldn't stop himself from mysteriously smiling. Then with a flash of azure light, he disappeared without a trace. On the next day, the shriveled man left the residence and headed towards the Starry Sky Palace, completely unaware of the person following him from above. When Hanli followed him into the vicinity of the Starry Sky Palace, he cautiously slipped away into a nearby building. Hanli rubbed his nose and then quietly waited inside the building. About an hour later, the shriveled man sneakily emerged from the building with a trace of excitement betrayed on his face. Afterwards, Hanli followed him back to the residence. However, something unexpected had occurred before his eyes. Before entering the residence, the shriveled man's excitement completely disappeared and was exchanged with a miserable expression. When Hanli saw this, he frowned. With chin in hand, his mind began to ponder, could it be? Chapter 509, Infiltration. On the morning of the third day, underneath the bright skies, the group of Foundation establishment cultivators slipped out of their residence with utmost stealth and headed towards the Starry Sky Palace. As the enforced curfew had just ended, there were only a few cultivators roaming through the early morning sky. Hence, the seven were even more careful. Each of them nervously went along their way with lowered heads. However, the embroidered-robed man in the lead vigilantly examined his surroundings as they flew. The journey to Starry Sky Palace was very smooth. Nothing happened to them as they flew to the 49th floor of Sage Mountain. When they arrived at the Starry Sky Palace, their expressions were relaxed and filled with relief. But at that moment, the embroidered-robed man in front suddenly stopped in the air with a shocked expression. He raised his arm with a solemn expression, performing a strange hand gesture. When the others behind him saw this, they abruptly halted and became vigilant. The embroidered-robed man stared at an empty location and spoke with a heavy tone, "For what reason has fellow Daoist blocked our path?" At that same moment, he began to reach for the storage pouch at his waist. The empty area in front of them flashed with azure light to reveal an azure-clothed cultivator standing there with his hands behind his back. He slowly spoke with a hoarse voice, "Hee, there is no need for you fellow Daoists to be afraid. Although I've been waiting just for you, I mean no harm. I merely have something to request of you." Once the party clearly felt his cultivation, they were filled with alarm and surged with wariness. The man was also a peak foundation establishment cultivator at false core stage. With a cold glint flashing from his eyes, the embroidered-robed man calmly asked, "What is your esteemed name, fellow Daoist? How can we help you?" The azure-clothed man casually said something that made the 7 cultivators pale. "My name is Crooked Soul, a mere vagrant cultivator. Aren't you heading to the Starry Sky Palace? Could you bring me along? I also wish to head to the outer star seas." When the embroidered-robed man heard him, his expression fluctuated. He was silent for a moment before he widely smiled and said, "So it's fellow Daoist Crooked Soul, but what do you mean by Starry Sky Palace and the outer star seas? Our group is only going to attend to a few personal matters, and we just happened to pass here along the way. We have no business with the Starry Sky Palace. Fellow Daoist is mistaken." The embroidered-robed man came to a decision that regardless of this crooked soul's intention or how he managed to find out about their plans, there was absolutely no way he would easily agree. The others remained silent as well as if they were leaving the matter entirely up to the large man. Crooked Soul chuckled and casually said, "There is no need for fellow Daoist to be so suspicious. Since I've already arrived here, how could I be fooled just like that?" The embroidered-robed man's heart trembled and he snorted, "Humph. So it seems you know my identity and have a clear understanding of our plans." He then unconsciously clutched his storage pouch with veins protruding from his hands. Having received an unknown command, the other cultivators suddenly dispersed in great coordination and surrounded the azure-clothed man. The azure-clothed man ignored their movements and spoke with great leisure, "You don't want to try and kill me. I don't mean to boast, but with my cultivation, you wouldn't be able to kill me quickly. If I were to yell and call for the Star Palace, I wonder what would happen?" After that was said, the group of cultivators glanced at each other before turning their gazes to the large, embroidered-robed man. The large man's expression became unsightly. Although he had yet to reach core formation, he had always boasted of his exceptional shrewdness, making him a menace among Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he clearly understood that the man's threats were no joke. After a moment of deliberation, he could only suppress his anger and coldly ask, "What does fellow Daoist want us to help you with? We've already said that we would take only 7 people. Moreover, the transportation formation can only take 7 cultivators at a time. They would certainly refuse if we were to add another." The azure-clothed man smiled, "Be at ease, I won't make things hard for you. So long as I enter the hall, I'll have my own methods for persuading them. If an agreement can't be reached, I will neither force the issue nor ruin your fortuitous affair. Only that." The large man frowned and wore a trace of doubt. "Only that." The azure-clothed man spoke with certainty. The large man muttered to himself for a moment before eventually gritting his teeth, "Fine, if it's only to give you an introduction, then we're willing to agree, if only barely." With a calm expression as if having anticipated the large man's concession, the azure-robed man saluted and said, "Then I must give you my thanks." The shriveled man raised his head to look at the sky and anxiously urged, "Since fellow Daoist wishes to head to the Starry Sky Palace, let us go quickly. We're already running late. They may become impatient." The azure-clothed man glanced at the shriveled man in silence, but the embroidered-robed man wordlessly raised his hand and they continued on their way. They moved in a formation that kept the azure-robed cultivator at their center. It seemed they were quite wary of him. Still, the azure-clothed cultivator calmly followed after them. Of course, this azure-clothed cultivator was actually Han Li. He had restrained his magic power fluctuations to the level of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator and had disguised his appearance. The remaining distance from the Starry Sky Hall wasn't long. After only a short moment, the party arrived in front of the Starry Sky Palace. At that moment, the shriveled man suddenly increased in speed and shot forward, arriving at the hall first. The embroidered-robed man and the others didn't find this odd in the slightest. After all, the shriveled man was the one who had relations with the Starry Sky Palace in the first place. Now that they arrived, it was only natural that he led the way, lest any misunderstandings occur. After entering, the party tried their hardest to maintain a calm expression, but a trace of apprehension was betrayed on their faces. Having entered the Starry Sky Palace, their lives were now in the hands of the other party. However, everything seemed to be going as expected. The restrictions that should have been there were absent, and it seemed the managers of the palace had disabled them ahead of time. When Hanli saw this, a strange expression momentarily appeared on his face. But what comforted the party the most was the sight of two white-clothed Star Palace core formation cultivators waiting for them in the hall with the transportation formations. When the shriveled man saw the two, he immediately broke into a smile and walked forward several steps to respectfully greet them. "Senior Gu, Senior Qian, we've arrived. Have you finished the preparations on your end?" Among the two, the bald old man nodded his head, slowly saying, "We're ready on our side. Hand over the spirit stones, and we'll give each person a displacement talisman. You can leave as soon as possible, but the spirit stones had better not be short." The embroidered-robed man stepped forward and respectfully said, "Be at ease, Senior, we've brought along the agreed amount of spirit stones." The bald old man examined him several times before speaking with a polite tone, "So, your fellow Taoist E. As expected, your cultivation is exceptional." But when his sights fell upon Hanli, his expression sunk. The bald old man's expression became gloomy and his voice was filled with suspicion. "Didn't we agree that it's supposed to be 7? Why is there another person here? This fellow Taoist also seems to be at the false core stage. May I know who you are?" The embroidered-robed man bitterly smiled, wanting to give an explanation. Hanli smiled and interrupted the large man. "I am Crooked Soul, a vagrant cultivator that also wishes to head to the outer star seas. I've heard that fellow Taoist E and the others had a connection, and chose to deliberately seek them out. I hope you two seniors don't take offense. If these seniors are willing to accommodate me, I am willing to pay double their rate for the use of the transportation formation." "Double?" The bald old man was shocked for a moment before turning his head to look at the scholarly middle-aged cultivator at his side. The middle-aged man frowned and slowly said, "Even if you pay double, the largest number of people that can be sent in a single teleportation is 7. Also, we can only use the transportation formation once, so it is impossible to allow a teleportation for your use alone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to conceal our activities from the upper echelon. Junior has considered that, so he won't make it difficult for Senior." Hanli smiled and suddenly turned to the side, speaking without a trace of politeness. "Therefore, how about fellow Taoist temporarily hand over his spot?" Chapter 5:10 Blackmail. The person Hanli was requesting a spot from was the shriveled man. "What did you say?" Alarm flickered across the shriveled man's face, soon to be replaced with anger. The others glanced at each other, not knowing what Hanli intended. Hanli calmly said, "Be at ease, fellow Taoist, I won't allow you to do this in vain. I have 2 grade 5 demon beast cores. Take it as payment for your spot. Surely fellow Taoist won't turn his back on me." He then searched his robes and took 2 shining blue globes out of nowhere. From their emitted spiritual chi, they were genuine grade 5 demon cores. The shriveled man looked at the 2 demon cores with a trace of greed, but he soon thought of something and coldly snorted, "Humph. Does your esteemed self think that I will give up my place for a measly 2 demon cores?" Hanli didn't grow angry. Instead, he strangely smiled and his lips trembled several times, sending several voice transmissions to him in everyone's presence. The shriveled man suddenly paled after hearing them. Hanli then spoke to him with a leisurely tone without using a voice transmission. "With this, there should be no way fellow Taoist could possibly refuse this trade. Am I correct?" When the shriveled man heard Hanli, his nervous face became lined with cold sweat. After fiercely glaring at Hanli for a moment, the shriveled man's face twitched as he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Since fellow Taoist can say that, I will hand over my spot to you." Those words came as a shock to the other six. The embroidered-robed man's expression sank and he stared at the shriveled man. He coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, what are you saying? Didn't we say that we were going together? Why did you?" The shriveled man bitterly laughed and helplessly said, "I am truly sorry, but I fear we must part for the time being. You should all go first. I will join you if there is another opportunity." The embroidered man spoke no further, nor did the rest of the party. It was now apparent that something was being used against their fellow Taoist Zhang in order to force him to relinquish his spot. Hence, there was no point in continuing the discussion. Fortunately, a lack of one person didn't make too much of a difference in their plans. The bald old man frowned and imposingly glared at the shriveled man. "Humph. Who said you could exchange people as you wished?" "Senior Gu, I..." The shriveled man was startled and thought to mutter an explanation, but he couldn't come up with anything. But at that moment, Hanli produced 2 jade boxes with a flick of his hand, tossing one each to the bald old man and the scholarly man at his side. When the two saw the jade boxes, they unconsciously caught them and calmly gazed at Hanli. Hanli spoke with a serene appearance. The boxes contained 2 treasures that Junior unexpectedly acquired. "Please take them, seniors." The two gave each other a mutual glance with curiosity in their eyes. From their examination of the boxes, it seemed that they contained no tricks. They then carefully opened the boxes by a sliver to release several rays of red light. The two unconsciously revealed pleasant surprise upon seeing what was within. With a moved expression, the scholarly man said, "Does fellow Taoist Crooked Soul truly wish to hand these 2 treasures over to us?" Hanli faintly smiled and said, "Junior understands that although the items are precious, they are of no use to him at his current cultivation. Junior wishes even more to head out to the outer star seas so that he can continue his peaceful cultivation." The bald old man couldn't contain his joy and without any discussion with his partner, he hurriedly agreed, "Hee. Good. Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul has given us such a grand gift, we won't be unreasonable. You can use the transportation formation with the other 6. Although cultivator Qian appeared unhappy, he was also tempted by the item in his hand and didn't say anything in opposition. This scene shook the hearts of the Foundation establishment cultivators, causing them to feel a huge desire to see what those boxes contained. However, the boxes were quickly closed by the 2-star palace cultivators. As they didn't dare to use their spiritual sense to pry, they were left helpless. However, when the embroidered-robed man took another glance at the 2 jade boxes, a trace of amazement flickered in his eyes. Although he couldn't see what the boxes contained, from what they had said, he couldn't help but think of the words, "magic treasure." Could it be that this person had truly given them magic treasures? Despite being just a guess, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Before the embroidered-robed man could finish his thoughts, the 2-star palace cultivators turned around to the transportation formation behind them and began to chant an incantation with their hands grasping a white jade medallion. The Foundation establishment cultivators didn't see anything odd about this, but Hanli let out a long sigh of relief. "Lucky. The transportation formation has a trick to it. Had I charged in without knowing this, I would find myself in a difficult situation. It seems taking out a few undesirable yet somewhat valuable magic tools was quite an incisive move." The jade boxes each contained a flying knife magic treasure that sparkled with red light. These 2 flying knives were taken from Huyu after the Bone Sage had killed him one. Although these magic treasures weren't particularly amazing, they were exceptionally precious to ordinary core formation cultivators. Even if the magic treasure couldn't be linked to one's consciousness, it could be directly used at 70% of its strength without the need of investing a large amount of time or resources. This was something that ordinary core formation cultivators could only dream of acquiring. Although many magic treasures have been passed down throughout the years, a majority of them had been destroyed in battle. Even with the remaining magic treasures, most of them would fall into the hands of nascent soul cultivators or exceedingly powerful core formation cultivators. Though, they would occasionally fall into the hands of a few nameless cultivators and minor powers. Huge superpowers like the Star Palace obviously acquired many magic treasures, but conversely, they also had an exceedingly large number of core formation cultivators. If these two early core formation cultivators didn't earn any merits, they wouldn't be bestowed any magic treasures. As such, they were wild with joy to find a magic treasure unexpectedly falling in their grasp. After refining them, their strength would receive a massive increase. As such, the shriveled man could only obediently hand over his place. Hanli had a full grasp over the situation. When Hanli saw the shriveled man's expression on his return to the residence, he grew suspicious and infiltrated his room. Although there didn't exist any magic techniques that could completely control a cultivator's consciousness, Hanli was able to put him into a half-conscious daze. With a combination of bewitchment techniques along with his immense spiritual sense, he was able to force out the shriveled man's deepest thoughts. Although the shriveled man only spouted out intermittent phrases during this state, Hanli ended up quite lucky, acquiring information that the shriveled man and the two Star Palace cultivators had deliberately raised the price to squeeze the other Foundation establishment cultivators for all they had. With this information to blackmail him along with the enticement of the two demon cores, the shriveled man meekly submitted to Hanli, his heart filled to the brim with apprehension to the point of near panic. He couldn't help but think, did the Star Palace cultivators deliberately set me up? As the incantations reverberated throughout the hall, the transportation formation began to glow with white light. Following a clear ring, the white glow suddenly disappeared. After seeing that the restriction had disappeared from the formation, the bald old man turned to the party of formation establishment cultivators and bluntly said, "Normally, these is another manager of the hall, but as luck would have it, he was sent to the Star Palace Hall to handle emerging affairs in the past day, otherwise you would have had to pay far more. Alright, come and hand over your spirit stones." When that was said, each of the cultivators immediately took out a storage pouch they had prepared ahead of time and handed them over to the bald old man. As for Hanli, he took out another two demon beast cores and handed them over, arousing a trace of astonishment from the old man's face. After examining each of the payments, the bald old man nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, the scholarly middle-aged man took out a stack of talismans and began to pass them out amongst Hanli and the others. He pointed to the transportation formation and coldly said, "These are displacement talismans. You can leave after placing them on your body." The others were hesitant, but Hanli walked into it without a word. It wasn't that he was displaying courage, but that he had found nothing wrong with the transportation formation after quickly sweeping it with his spiritual sense. The stone tablet in front of the transportation formation read the words, "Wondrous Depths." Hanli didn't have any particular impression towards this name. From his last experience, it seemed that the island's names didn't hold much significance. 1. Huyu was killed in Chapter 425, and his magic treasures were taken in Chapter 429. If that's the case, then he must be a nascent soul cultivator. Sweat started to line the bald old man's head. Even if he wasn't, then he must be a late core formation cultivator. Either way, it wouldn't take much effort for him to exterminate us. The scholarly man spoke without doubt. Luckily, Brother Chien was so quick-witted. If we took out false talismans, we would have brought about our own destruction. I had originally thought he was quite an eccentric individual to give us each a magic treasure without the slightest heartache, but after some further thought, the old man then fearfully asked, but would there be any problems produced by sending him off to the outer star seas? What problems? He was a vagrant nascent soul cultivator. I imagine he headed to the outer star seas because he didn't want to be involved in the war between the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition. Hence, there will be no problems to be had as long as we don't let our superiors know that we allowed a nascent soul cultivator to teleport to the outer star seas. Otherwise, we'll be severely punished. After giving the old man an explanation, his face grew gloomy as he eerily gazed at the dumbstruck shriveled man at their side. As the scholarly man imposingly gazed at him, the shriveled man suddenly trembled and came to a realization. He hastily took several steps back and said, "I didn't hear anything that you two seniors just said. I won't speak any drivel." Before the shriveled man could finish, a streak of yellow light silently flew out and circled around him several times before he fell to pieces. The bald old man recalled his magic treasure and gloomily said, "With this, no one else will know. Although we had something of a relationship together, unfortunately, I cannot let you leave." Hanley and the other 6 cultivators appeared at the other end of the transportation formation with a flash of white light in a shabby stone room. Hanley swept his gaze to the corner of the room where a Star Palace cultivator with a frail appearance was speaking with a scar-faced, gray-robed cultivator. When the Star Palace cultivator saw them appear, he examined them with a frown. However, he soon lost interest and continued to speak with the gray-robed cultivator. The cultivator in charge of the formation said with a displeased tone, "I've already said this. There are currently fixtures in place that render the formation one way only. It can only receive, not send. The sect has already taken all the displacement talismans from me, and even I can no longer return. There is no point in fellow Daoists trying to force me." The gray-robed cultivator shouted out with fury, "Nonsense. There were several people that went back several days ago. How can the transportation formation have changed so quickly? Humph. I've already explained it many times, but you just love to ignore me. I no longer have any obligation to speak any further." The Star Palace cultivator glared at the man before sitting down and closing his eyes. When the gray-robed cultivator saw that he was being ignored, his complexion turned bright red, but he didn't take the slightest action. He didn't have the courage to act against a Star Palace cultivator. He turned around in place with great agitation, but when his expression immediately fell upon Hanley and the others that had arrived, his face suddenly grew joyful. He walked towards them before stopping several steps ahead of them and saluted the embroidered-clothed man, who obviously appeared to be the leader of the group, before politely asking, "Did you fellow Taoists come from Heavenly Star City?" After seeing that the scar-faced man was also a late Foundation establishment cultivator, he didn't dare to ignore him and replied, "That's right, we've just arrived." "What's wrong, fellow Daoist?" However, he could already guess what the gray-robed cultivator was about to say. The gray-robed cultivator asked with a hopeful tone, "I am Su Yun. I've been in the outer seas for several years. Could you tell me whether or not the Starfall Coalition has truly been formed and whether or not the city is on the verge of battle?" When the embroidered-robed man saw Su Yun's expression, he knew what he wanted to hear most. However, the truth would only disappoint him. Hence, he explained with complete openness, "It is true. The righteous and devilish Tao have forged the Starfall Coalition and immediately declared war on the Star Palace. As we do no wish to be drawn into the conflict, we teleported here. I fear fellow Daoist will have no way of returning for the time being." Su Yun stood in place in shock with a dejected expression. "How can that be? I wanted to return and have these painstakingly acquired materials be refined into medicinal pills. What a waste of time." After this was said, there was silence in the room. Despite having racked their brains to arrive at the outer star seas, they were helpless without any way to return. After a short moment, the embroidered-robed man's expression changed and he suddenly turned to the gray-robed man. He cordially said, "My name is Yi Jing, and these are my close friends. Since fellow Daoist Su has lived here for several years, could he introduce Wondrous Depths Island to us?" Of course, this won't be for free. We're willing to give you a few spirit stones as compensation. Although Su Yun didn't recover from his dejection, he still spiritedly replied, "There is no need for compensation. As you've already answered my question, I am merely returning the favor. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions you may have, and I'll answer to the best of my knowledge." Suddenly, the party of Foundation establishment cultivators revealed joy at the prospect of being given an introduction to this unfamiliar place. It would prove quite favorable for them in their future endeavors. When Han Li saw this, he also smiled. With arms crossed, he stood behind them as he waited for the explanation. Chapter 5:12, Blackrock City. Yijing, the embroidered-robed man, swept his gaze around the room before looking at the Star Palace cultivator sitting in the corner. "It is somewhat inconvenient to speak here. Fellow Daoist Su, how about we chat outside?" "Outside? Sure," Su Yun indifferently replied. Yijing rejoiced, but he soon thought of something and turned his head around and widely smiled towards Han Li. "Brother Crooked Soul, wouldn't it be better to come along with us and listen? Better yet, we can work together." Han Li blankly stared for a moment before smiling. "All right, I did want to hear his explanation as well." Han Li then casually followed after them. "What? That fellow Daoist isn't part of your group?" Su Yun was quite surprised. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man suddenly shouted out with a trace of hostility, "He did teleport along with us, but before that, we were strangers." Yijing frowned in response but didn't say anything. Su Yun wordlessly nodded. After they all walked out of the stone room, the newcomers surveyed their surroundings with amazement. The scene was entirely different from what Han Li had seen on Deep Jade Island. They emerged within a small market city. Although it appeared crude and only spanned about 10 kilometers, the city was created entirely out of black stone. The shabby building that housed the transportation formation lay at the center of the city. It was propped up by a tall altar-like platform with steps descending from every side. Due to the height of the surrounding terrain, they were able to have a clear view of the surrounding city. The city seemed to be surrounded by 12-meter-tall stone walls along with a dense white sparkling barrier. However, there were tall buildings of varying sizes behind the walls. Strangely enough, none of them had pointed roofs, they were all flat. At first glance, although the city was full of buildings, few of them were independently constructed. It wasn't just a string of stone buildings joined together, but rather, frequent masses of stone buildings were lined up together. What shocked Han Li the most was that a few mortals were mingling amongst the cultivators on the crude black stone road, occasionally rushing in and out of the stone buildings. But this wasn't enough to shock Han Li by itself, it was the fact that a majority of the mortals were young, beautiful women. As for the other mortals, they were burly men and delicate youths. When Yijing's party saw this, they were just as shocked as Han Li. Since they wanted to travel to the outer star seas, it was only natural to do research on the islands in advance. However, this scene was completely contrary to the information they had acquired. A strange expression momentarily appeared on the Yijing's face. He then said with a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Lu, take another look at the jade slip containing information on Wondrous Depths Island. Could it be that we were mistaken?" I'll take another look at it." The woman surnamed Lu hastily looked through her storage pouch. Su Yun waved his arm and stopped the woman from finding the jade slip. "There is no need to look for the information on Wondrous Depths Island. Since most of it is false, it is natural to feel surprised." Yijing's expression changed. "False? What is that supposed to mean?" "It is quite simple. Wondrous Depths Island is quite different from other Demon Beast Islands. All cultivators are given a gag order prior to their return, allowing them to only leak certain information, else, they would suffer great punishment. It's hard to say whether or not it will prove fortunate that you've arrived at this island. Certain information. Could it be due to the Star Palace? Lady Lu appeared disturbed. Su Yun sighed and said, "It isn't the Star Palace, but the various united powers that reign over this island. Even the Star Palace is unwilling to lightly offend this faction." When those words were said, Han Li raised his eyebrows while the others looked at each other in dismay. Su Yun chuckled and spoke with a loud, alluring tone, "Hee hee. This place isn't too different from what you've imagined. In fact, to some cultivators, it is a place they could only dream of. Blackrock City has the soul market and is the only city on Wondrous Depths Island. So long as you have spirit stones or demon cores, it is a cultivator's paradise. You can purchase items that cannot be acquired from other demon beast islands. Regardless of whether it's top-grade cultivation vessels, formidable magic treasures, priceless spirit beasts, or exceedingly rare materials, this place has it all." The nearby cultivators and mortals glanced over due to his loud voice, but they soon averted their eyes and went on their way. When Yi Jing heard this, he became especially bewildered. As for Han Li, he continued to look around with a calm expression as if he hadn't heard what Su Yun had said. When Su Yun saw this, he glanced at Han Li with slight surprise. Yi Jing let out a long sigh and asked with a heavy voice, "Could Brother Su give us an introduction of this place?" Su Yun seemed to have completely recovered from his low spirits and candidly said, "Of course I can. Since I can't leave for the time being, how about I give you an explanation of the city while we stroll around? It should prove more useful than giving an empty explanation while standing in place. However, if anyone has any windfalls in the future, please don't forget about me. Then I must thank you, Brother Su. This city appears quite different from others." Yi Jing then looked at a male cultivator with a trace of amazement. The cultivator was holding a mortal woman in his embrace in a bold display as they walked down the street, much to the disinterest of the other mortals and cultivators around them. Su Yun smiled when he saw this and didn't say anything further. Instead, he brought them over to a large stone building. The building had already caught Han Li's attention as it was one of the largest in the city. At a distance, he saw that two charming mortal women were standing at its entrance. As the many cultivators entered the building, they gave them a welcoming smile. Along the way, Su Yun warned them with a solemn expression, "Bear this in mind. Although this isn't Heavenly Star City, all magic battles are strictly forbidden apart from particular arenas. If this rule is violated, it will be punished by death without question." The dark-skinned, middle-aged man spoke with shock. "What? This punishment is even more severe than Heavenly Star Cities." Su Yin slowly explained, "True, it is far more severe. But like this, cultivators who enter the city may truly be at ease without having to worry. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever managed to carry out their revenge and successfully leave the city alive. After all, there is a nascent soul senior standing guard at all times. A nascent soul cultivator." Yi Jing's party all wore expressions of shock. Han Li's heart trembled violently and he became completely vigilant. "All right. Let's hold off on any more questions until after we go inside." Underneath the smiles of the two beautiful mortal women, the party apprehensively followed Su Yun into the building. As for Han Li, a strange glint flickered from his eyes before he curiously followed them in. After walking through the large entrance, a huge circular screen blocked their way. The screen was pink and had an image of a palace made flying through the skies. Although the image of the woman was shown from behind, it appeared to be fluctuating as if she were truly in flight. From the faint pink light that the screen emitted, it couldn't possibly be a low-grade magic tool. To the sides of the screen, there were two semicircle doors. And to the front of the screen, there was a female cultivator who wore azure palace robes and appeared to be 30 years old. She was happily chatting with a smiling male cultivator. But strangely enough, despite her ordinary looks, each and every one of her movements were filled with a mature feminine charm. Additionally, the smile she wore as she spoke displayed a faintly seductive attraction. Although she was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like the man she was speaking to, the man was completely enraptured by her. However, when the woman caught sight of Su Yun and the others, her eyes suddenly brightened and she clapped her hands, causing a young mortal girl to come out from behind a door. As the male cultivator was dragged behind the screen, he gazed at the female cultivator with a reluctant expression. Chapter 513, Demon Beasts of the Depths. Well, if it isn't fellow Daoist Su. I heard you wanted to return to Heavenly Star City, but I suppose the transportation formation is still unusable. The woman's voice was soft and alluring, bringing forth a sense of comfort to those that heard it. Han Li unconsciously frowned and bitterly laughed in his mind. It seemed a majority of the female cultivators that he met cultivated some sort of secret bewitchment technique. Although this woman's bewitchment techniques were far inferior to Fairy Violet Spirit's and Yuan Yao's, it was more than enough to easily capture the minds of a few low-grade male cultivators. With that thought, Han Li swept his gaze across the party of cultivators. Yi Jing and Su Yun were able to keep their expressions straight, but the other male cultivators had unnatural expressions. Their gazes unconsciously wandered across the woman's body. These cultivators are new arrivals. I've brought them along to take a look, Su Yun then said with a resentful tone. As for returning to Heavenly Star City, I'm afraid that won't be happening for a while. I didn't expect the news to be true. A battle is about to occur. With luminous eyes, the woman enchantingly covered her smile and said, It's still good that you will remain here. If you were to leave, I'd be losing a dear customer. The woman's mature charm had fully captured the vulnerable men of the party, leaving the two women among them flushed red with anger. Annoyed at the woman's use of her bewitchment technique, Su Yun called out to her, Lady Ming, they are my guests. A badge, please. Hee, all right. But it seems that these fellow Taoists should have no problem on this island, their cultivation isn't inferior to yours. Lady Ming chuckled and then glanced at Han Li and Yi Jing before erasing her bewitchment technique, returning her appearance to that of an ordinary woman. The change occurred quickly, causing the others to pause for a moment before revealing embarrassment. The woman then clapped her hands, summoning a young mortal woman from behind the curtain. Lady Ming coldly spoke to the mortal woman, Bring Master Su down to the auction. It should be starting soon. Then with a wave of her hand, she passed a green jade badge to Su Yun. Su Yun received the badge and followed the mortal woman to the side door without ever looking at her. Of course, Han Li and the others closely followed after them. In the instant he entered the door, Han Li felt a slight spiritual chi fluctuation as if he had entered some sort of restriction. His expression momentarily changed before returning to normal. The party's gaze brightened as they saw the enchanting scenery that laid behind the screen. There was a long pathway about 6 meters wide that led to 2 expansive halls. The left hall was spacious and bright, and apart from a few tall black stone pillars, there were no other obstructions in sight. In addition, it was currently bustling with activity with about 30 cultivators waiting there, all in a single file line. Regardless of whether these cultivators were male or female, they were each accompanied by a young mortal woman. Although a few of the male cultivators were lecherously sizing up the scantily clad women, there were only a few teasing words spoken at most. They restrained themselves as if they were fearful of the consequences. At the end of the line, there was a small room that had a door shining with white light. When the cultivators in line pressed their jade badge against the door, it opened and allowed only one person inside. As for the large hall on the right, it was covered in a barrier of faint blue light, blocking it entirely from sight. This place is called the Bright Gem Pavilion. It is specialized in selling off harvests from the outer seas. Particularly valuable items may also be auctioned off here after being appropriately appraised. There are several similar businesses that operate in the city, but they are ran by differing powers, each backed by a nascent soul cultivator. Of course, at least that much is required to be doing business in a place as untamed as the outer seas. When Lady Lu heard this, she took in a cold breath of air and muttered, so many nascent soul cultivators. Could they be from the Four Elements Merchant Union? Suyun calmly said, the Four Elements Merchant Union. They have no power here. While they hold dominance over the other Demon Beast Islands, Wondrous Depths Island is the sole island where multiple factions joined hands to control it. While these powers alone cannot compete with the Four Elements Merchant Union in the inner star seas, when joined together here, even the Star Palace dare not treat them lightly. However, this is only limited to Wondrous Depths Island. From Brother Su's tone, there seems to be something unique about Wondrous Depths Island. For what reason would so many powers dare to oppose the Four Elements Merchant Union? As Yi Jing was a shrewd and cunning sort, he heard something amiss from his words. With an ordinary expression, Suyun explained, hee. Brother Yi guessed correctly. The name Wondrous Depths is due to the nearby seas being unfathomably deep and filled with demon beasts. Rare high-grade demon beasts are often seen in those depths. It is said that demon beasts of even grade 8 and higher appear there. It is for these high-grade demon beasts that these various nascent soul experts stand in opposition against the Four Elements Merchant Union, forbidding them from gaining dominance of the island. It is said that when these depths were discovered, many battles erupted between the Four Elements Merchant Union and the various powers before the Star Palace later intervened to act as a mediator. After some unknown conditions were reached, the island was handed over to the various powers to jointly administer. It was at that time that it became forbidden to spread the truth of Profound Depths Island to the inner star seas, otherwise, one would find themselves wanted dead by the joint powers. Hanli was quite amazed at this. As for the others, they felt even more shocked. Demon beasts of grade 8 or higher are existences equivalent to nascent soul cultivators. They truly exist here. Yi Jing was unable to keep his calm. I'm not too sure. I've never personally seen them. However, there truly are people that hunt grade 7 demon beasts. The Bright Gem Pavilion sells grade 7 demon cores where nascent soul cultivators compete at extraordinary prices. Suyun then clicked his tongue in admiration. Hanli, who had kept silent until now, frowned and asked, does fellow Daoist Su mean that demon beasts are easier to find in the depths? Suyun glanced at Hanli in surprise. After pausing in thought, he said, demon beasts are slightly easier to find in the depths. However, due to the frequent appearances of high-grade demon beasts there are also countless cultivators that meet their end. As Yi Jing's group had never previously visited another demon beast island, they were somewhat skeptical of these words. But Hanli managed to gain some understanding towards the depths. It seems that this was a place where danger came hand in hand with riches. So that's why this place was so odd. The party grew silent before the mortal woman guiding them respectfully asked, Masters, do you wish to first go to the treasure viewing hole or the treasure rest hole? There is nothing to see at the treasure viewing hole. It is only some appraisal masters looking at unidentified items before offering to exchange them for spirit stones or put them up for auction. Let's go to the treasure rest hall instead. The items there will expand the perspective of all fellow Taoists. Suyun was clearly familiar with this place. Without waiting for the mortal woman to lead the way, he walked into the right hole. When he approached the light barrier, he wordlessly pressed the jade badge against it, causing a circular opening to appear. He then beckoned to the rest of the party before walking in. When Yi Jing and the others saw this, they simply entered in a line. When Hanli saw this, he noticed the mortal woman respectfully waiting outside and curiously asked her, You don't need to go inside? The mortal woman widely smiled at Hanli and explained, Us mortals aren't allowed to enter the treasure rest hall. This servant will be waiting for you outside. Hanli nodded and walked through the blue light barrier without another word. The light barrier then closed by itself. The interior was quite crude and simple. Apart from some wooden chairs, there was just a 10-meter wide stage at the end of the hall. There was an old man standing at the back of the stage eloquently speaking into a shining blue stone that he was holding in his hand. About 30 cultivators of varying grades stood below him, consisting of both chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. There were no core formation cultivators among them. The old man respectfully said, "This blue light stone is a fire attribute magic tool refined from exceptional materials. Its owner is putting it up for bid starting at 500 spirit stones. According to long-established rules, each increasing bid must be at least 30 spirit stones more. Let us start the bid. 530 spirit stones. 570. 600. After the old man finished, many cultivators began to shout out bids. Although the bids couldn't be said to be fiery, the final bid still managed to reach close to 700 spirit stones. A young foundation establishment cultivator then walked up and bought the magic tool using solely spirit stones before immediately taking it away. Next up, we have an earth attribute magic tool. The old man continued to auction off the next item without any delay. Hanli naturally had no interests in magic tools, and swept his gaze past the scene instead. He saw Su Yun whispering to the rest of the party at a corner of the hall. Hanli then walked over with an unchanged expression. Chapter 514, Female Cultivation Vessels. Lady Lu doubtfully said to Su Yun, "This seems no different from ordinary auctions. Are we truly going to see any exceptional items here?" Su Yun said with a mysterious expression, "Relax. Although auctions frequently take place, occurring anywhere from one every several days to half a month, each auction will always show some exceptional items. Although they aren't auctioning off the most precious materials, they are still rarely seen in the inner star seas." He then saw Hanli walk over and gave him a smile. Hanli casually nodded his head and asked a question that left them somewhat surprised. "Fellow Daoist Su, how many cultivators are there in Blackrock City?" "There don't seem to be many to people present." Su Yun calmly admitted, "Brother Crooked Soul is truly discerning. Although there are temporary residences such as inns in Blackstone City, there are no permanent residences for foreign cultivators. High-grade cultivators may possess their own cave residence on another island. As for low-grade cultivators, they may take shelter in the small villages and towns on other islands with mortals. While all cultivators come to Blackstone City to do business, low-grade cultivators are by far the most commonly found." Yi Jing paused for a moment before asking a question that puzzled even Hanli, "But mustn't one be at least foundation establishment to survive in the outer seas? Why are there so many mortals and chi condensation cultivators here?" Su Yun calmly replied, "Brother Yi's question strikes at the most crucial point, which is the greatest difference between Wondrous Depths Island and the other Demon Beast Islands. For other Demon Beast Islands, a few high-grade cultivators go there to hunt demon beasts before returning after accumulating enough materials. But for Wondrous Depths Island, a few years after the various powers settled here, several spirit stone mines were discovered in some of the nearby islands, and a few production sites for required cultivation materials were established as well, causing the island to become entirely self-sufficient. As such, a few cultivators made a living here and dragged along their families, eventually producing the many mortals and low-grade cultivators in the city. I also heard that the powers administering Blackstone City are slowly transporting their main forces over to this city. I reckon in a couple tens of thousands of years, this place will become a second inner star seas. However, apart from Blackstone City, the villages on the other islands can't be considered safe in the least. Those small villages are often exterminated by sudden attacks from high-grade demon beasts. This current situation in this place quite resembles how the inner star seas first came to be." After that was said, the party was left dumbstruck. Yi Jing let out a deep breath before pensively asking, why aren't the Star Palace and the other powers involved with this place? Suyun coldly snorted and said, this place is far from being anywhere near as prosperous as the inner star seas. Furthermore, there is still more than enough empty space in the inner star seas for them to vie for. What time do they have to spare over these desolate seas? In fact, the other powers are actually looking forward to having the island's governing factions move their forces over to this island. Then there would be few of the factors at play in the chaotic inner star seas. He was clearly still gloomy about the Star Palace suddenly closing the transportation formation. After Yi Jing's party heard this, they felt it made sense and didn't speak any further about the subject after glancing at one another. As they were lowly foundation establishment cultivators, it would be better for them to refrain from talking about powers far beyond their control, lest they attract calamity. As such, they can give their homes a large amount of spirit stones and manage to acquire a pillar of support for themselves. If they are able to acquire the favor of a male cultivator, they will be able to become a concubine or have an opportunity to become something greater. Naturally, there are even high-grade female cultivators that take the initiative to become cultivation vessels for other reasons. But in that case, lower-grade male cultivators are forbidden from bidding. That is to be expected. Suyun slowly explained this as if he were long accustomed to the sight. Their words of opposition were involuntarily swallowed, and they could only murmur as they watched Han Li disappear into the Golden Thumb Pavilion. At that moment, the two bewilderedly glanced at each other with cold sweat dripping down their backs. The others at their side looked at the two with confusion, ignorant of what had happened. That person, Yi Jing, forced a laugh and thought to say something. Since fellow Daoist Crooked Soul is unwilling to travel together with us, let's leave him be. It's his decision. Let us continue to take a look at another street. For some unknown reason, Suyun hastily cut off Yi Jing and took the initiative to walk down another street. Yi Jing then suddenly heard a voice transmission from Suyun, fellow Daoist Yi, that person's actions are an unfathomable mystery. Let us cut ties with him. Else, we may find ourselves inviting death if we're not careful. It turns out that fellow Daoist Crooked Soul's cultivation is far beyond ours. Let us not speak of this again. Yi Jing's expression changed several times upon hearing this. After taking another glance at the Golden Thumb Pavilion, he lightly nodded his head before following after them. At that moment, Han Li was already being guided by a delicate youth into an elegantly decorated room. Although the Golden Thumb Pavilion appeared to be one huge stone building from the outside, the interior consisted of many rooms, each specialized in selling all sorts of materials. Without the slightest of formalities, Han Li had entered the Golden Thumb Pavilion for the purpose of seeing the establishment's steward. Were it any other cultivator, this wouldn't have been easily accomplished. But after revealing his true core formation cultivation, he was immediately brought to the esteemed guest lounge. Core formation cultivators couldn't be treated lightly even in Blackstone City. After waiting for a few moments in the room, an old man with a common appearance walked in with a smile. Fellow Daoist's face is quite unfamiliar. It must be your first visit to the Golden Thumb Pavilion. I am the establishment steward, Li Sun. The old man cupped his fist towards Han Li. He was an early core formation cultivator just like Han Li. With a tone that was neither submissive nor overbearing, Han Li replied, "This is truly my first time here at your esteemed pavilion. Moreover, I have a few things I wish to consult fellow Daoist Li about. I hope you don't mind. Please, don't hesitate to ask. I will assist you to the best of my ability." Steward Li was quite imposing. Without asking Han Li any questions, he had already slapped his chest in a pledge and agreed. This forthright and impressive display left a positive impression on Han Li. However, the old man didn't possess the skill to see through Han Li's disguise techniques. He accepted Han Li's sickly appearance as a middle-aged man without the slightest suspicion. Han Li faintly smiled and directly stated his intentions without the slightest pretense. I wish to purchase an ingredient for refining pills. However, I am only aware of its name from antiquity and have been unable to find it. I was hoping to try my luck by coming here and meeting with you, fellow Daoist Li. Li Sun inwardly let out a sigh of relief and replied with a beaming smile, hee hee. It is but a trivial matter. It is of no problem. He then changed expressions and coldly spoke in the direction of the door, servant, go fetch Gu Yu. Yes. The young servant swiftly ran off. Li Sun turned back to Han Li and smiled, please wait shortly, fellow Daoist. Although Gu Yu is only an qi condensation cultivator, he has done extensive research on ancient pill formulas and medicines. I'm certain that he won't leave you disappointed. Han Li wore a slight smile on his face and thought to say something else, when a streak of red light flew into the room. The red light circled once around the top of the room, before accurately landing in the old man's hand. It was a seeking talisman. A strange expression flickered from Han Li's eyes as the talisman combusted inside the old man's hand. The steward stared at the fire in his hand before he extinguished it. He then raised his head to look at Han Li with a surprised expression. The old man's attitude suddenly became far more cordial. I am truly lacking in manners. I didn't expect Brother Crooked Soul to have just arrived at Blackrock City today. This store owner should be treating you with the utmost respect. In that short moment, he had managed to discover Han Li's general origins, much to Han Li's shock. However, his expression maintained a calm smile, revealing none of his inner thoughts. Han Li played it down, fellow Daoist is too polite. I had to use many tricks in order to arrive at Wondrous Depths Island. I didn't mean to attract so much attention. The old man was able to see that Han Li didn't wish to further speak of the matter and tactfully changed the topic. He then chatted about a few interesting tales about Wondrous Depths Island, much to Han Li's interest. At that moment, a middle-aged scholarly man entered the room and deeply saluted the two. He respectfully said, Gu Yu pays his respects to these seniors. Junior awaits your instructions. His appearance was elegant with a somewhat sophisticated aura. He had a long black beard and two shining, black eyes. Li Sun nodded to him and beckoned him over. The old man commanded him with an indifferent expression, this senior crooked soul has a few questions about ancient spiritual medicines. Answer him honestly. Gu Yu stood up straight and solemnly said, as you wish. Junior will answer to the best of his abilities. However, I must soon prepare to refine a few medicine pills. And after I consume the pills, I will have to enter seclusion for some time. I won't be heading out to hunt demon beasts in the near future. Han Li gave a smooth refusal with an embarrassed expression, but in truth, he was absolutely unwilling to travel out to sea with unfamiliar cultivators. Although a trace of disappointment flickered across his face, he immediately continued without a care, that is fine too. It is considerably safer to first increase one's cultivation and one's familiarity with the region. However, if fellow Daoist Crooked Soul does later wish to find companions, please don't forget about me. Han Li naturally agreed and further chatted with the old man for a moment before taking his leave. The old man saw Han Li off at the building's exit before returning inside. Just as the old man sat down, he suddenly heard a voice calmly say, "How about it? Will this person be useful to us?" A vague silhouette soon emerged from the landscape painting on the wall, bringing forth another person into the room. The white-clothed man remained in the air while covered in azure light, making for a rather mysterious display. The old man confidently said, "There is no need to worry. Although we only chatted for a short moment, from his strange appearance, that cultivator Crooked Soul should be a vagrant cultivator that travels alone. So long as he witnesses the dangers of traveling the depths alone, he will come to know the advantages of my offer. He will come back sooner or later. The white-clothed man coldly refuted, "Humph. That isn't guaranteed." Li Sun shook his head. "What? An early core formation cultivator can roam the depths and hunt demon beasts alone." The white-clothed cultivator grew silent before solemnly saying, "He isn't an ordinary core formation cultivator. When you were chatting in the room, I was able to feel someone watching me for some unknown reason. Although he didn't glance in the direction I was hidden, I suspect that he was aware of my existence and only chose not to disclose it." The old man was stunned. He then bewilderedly said, "Are you not mistaken? Your concealment technique is something that even higher-grade cultivators are incapable of uncovering. Don't tell me that this Crooked Soul fellow is actually a late core formation cultivator." The white-clothed man doubtfully said, "That's hard to say. It is quite possible that he cultivates an unusual cultivation art or possesses some peculiar treasure." After circling the room several times, the old man eventually frowned and said, "Leave it be. Regardless of whether this cultivator is exceptional or ordinary, we've already tried our hardest to befriend him. It was the correct decision either way." The white-clothed cultivator nodded in approval and spoke no further. Chapter 5:17, Island in the Mist. By the time the white-robed cultivator and the old man finished their discussion, Hanli had already entered a nearby miscellaneous goods store near the Golden Thumb Pavilion. He purchased a map of the local seas and information on the demon beasts that roamed around there before leaving. After finding a secluded area, Hanli started to look through the information. After only a cursory glance, Hanli unconsciously frowned. There were truly far too many dangerous areas in the vicinity of Profound Depths Island. Could it be that high-grade demon beasts often roamed through these areas? As for the location of the famed depths, it wasn't too far away from the island. Hanli would be able to reach it after only flying half a month south at full speed. However, the depths were truly vast, spanning over 5 million kilometers of jagged, uneven territory. This was without even mentioning the territory's unfathomable depths, as no one had yet to truly explore its farthest reaches. After Hanli skimmed once through the jade slip, he quickly put it away. Standing in place with a solemn expression, he lowered his head as began to think deeply. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Hanli raised his head, wearing an indifferent expression. He then directly flew out of Blackrock City without any further deliberation. Upon leaving the city, Hanli immediately turned into a streak of azure light and soared through the skies. Profound Depths Island was a medium-sized island, but apart from Blackrock City, the island was completely barren. Not a single village or town could be seen. For some unknown reason, it seemed that both cultivators and mortals weren't setting up residence on the other parts of the island. Hanli quickly flew away from Wondrous Depths Island. After raising his head to the skies and determining his direction, he headed north. Currently, he wanted to find an island where cultivators scarcely appeared. He didn't want to be in a crowded area and attract attention. As a result, he deliberately chose to fly far away from the Wondrous Depths. There weren't many cultivators in the seas around Wondrous Depths Island. In addition, all those islands had cultivators and mortals residing on them. Hanli didn't bother to stop at any of them and shot past them without regard. It was clear that the northern seas had far fewer cultivators as he had expected. After flying for about 12 days, he sparsely saw any other cultivators. And when he did encounter them, the low-grade cultivators would immediately veer out of his way, and high-grade cultivators would watch him with vigilance. Like other demon beast islands, killing others for their treasures was a common occurrence. Hanli was particularly vigilant as well. After flying for another 2 days and finally seeing no trace of other cultivators, Hanli changed direction and started flying west. According to the map, there would be a few islands with small spirit veins in that direction. As the spirit veins on these islands were low-grade, and the distance from the wondrous depths was far, along with a complete lack of safety and other various reasons, very few cultivators resided there. In the case of mortals, they all took residence on the islands nearby Wondrous Depths Island, ensuring some degree of safety. Of course, Hanli didn't care about these conditions. He merely wanted to take a look and see if any of the islands were to his liking. About 30 kilometers ahead of him, Hanli spotted a small island. This would be the fourth uninhabited island with a spirit vein he had encountered so far. The island wasn't large, but its terrain was both uncommon and varied. There were barren landscapes, dense forests full of unknown trees, grasslands with beautiful flowers and even a small mountain range. Hanli swept his spiritual sense over the island and found no traces of any other cultivators staying there. The spirit vein on this island wasn't low-grade. Despite its small size, it was actually a peak mid-grade spirit vein. While it couldn't be considered a top-grade spirit vein, it still released an abundance of spiritual chi. It seemed the reason why other cultivators had left this island alone wasn't due to the spirit vein, but rather the small island's exceptionally strange environment. However, there was something about the island that Hanli fancied in particular, the vast white mist that surrounded it. The mist wasn't natural, it was produced by a few nearby whirlpools. While the mist did cover the island's sides, it didn't surround it from above. Hanli was quite amazed by the sight, but when he dived into the nearby waters and saw the island from underwater, the source of the mist was made clear. At the bottom of the island, there were countless finger-sized holes along with thousands upon thousands of slender silver fish darting through them. While the fish appeared no different from common small fish, after catching one with his hands covered in spiritual power, Hanli discovered that it had no scales. Instead, it was covered in sharp spikes of silver bone. Had an ordinary person attempted to hold it, they would have been left with shredded hands. As Hanli looked at it, a thought suddenly came to mind: sea shredder fish. This small fish is a low-grade one-demon beast that lives in large schools and spouts water out from the surface of the sea as a source of enjoyment. The source of its ridiculous name is likely due to the iron-like spikes protruding from its body. With so many sea shredder fish in the island's vicinity, they were able to spout out enough sea water to completely cover the entire island in mist. It made for a rare sight indeed. If Hanli hadn't encountered a silverwing bird on his way and chased after it through the fog, he never would have found the island. He undoubtedly would have just brushed past the fog. Seeing a bit of sea mist in the distance was extremely common. After circling around the island several times, he quickly came to the decision to establish his cave residence on this island. What other island could possibly be more secretive and to his liking than this one? The small spirit vein was located on the island's 5-kilometer-long mountain range with a few sparse peaks, the tallest peak reaching 120 meters high. Being so small, Hanli didn't have the option for an expansive cave residence. Hence, he merely looked for a small valley at the bottom of the mountain range and started to tunnel through the stone. With Hanli's current cultivation, it was practically effortless for him to carve out a cave residence similar to his previous one. After a few short days, he managed to finish carving out the general outline of his new residence. Hanli was disinterested in carving out the finer details of his cave residence. Instead, he first set down a few formation tools that he had personally refined, covering both his cave residence and the mountain range in a spell restriction. At a distance, the mountain range could no longer be seen, and was instead replaced by a verdant forest. The illusory forest seamlessly bordered a nearby forest without the slightest flaw. From above, Hanli carefully examined the mountain range with chin in hand and was left feeling somewhat uneasy. If a high-grade cultivator happened to pass through the mist like he had, this restriction wouldn't be enough to fool them. After muttering to himself, an idea suddenly came to mind. Hanli directly flew back to his new cave residence and quickly inspected the materials he had on hand before starting to refine some items in a secret room. 7 days later, Hanli emerged once more from his cave residence with a dozen sets of similar formation tools. These sets of formation flags and formation plates were extremely crude, and by no means impressive. But after Hanli placed them at various areas throughout the small island, streams of mist began to wildly emerge from each of the formations. Soon, the new expanse of mist merged together with the existing mist of seawater to completely envelop the island, hiding it entirely from view. In this manner, any cultivators passing by would find it difficult to spot the island unless they were flying at a low altitude. After examining it from every angle, Hanli finally felt at ease. Although he had spent no small number of spirit stones to activate so many formations, he didn't care in the least. He was more than willing to bankrupt himself to avoid any potential disasters. Hanli then returned to his cave residence with the utmost speed before hammering out some of the finer details of his cave residence, such as his insect room, herb garden, and so on. 2 days later, Hanli was sitting inside a stone room with a solemn expression. He was immersing his spiritual sense into the yellow jade slip that Guyu had given to him, carefully sifting through its content. With a twitch of his face, he extracted his spiritual sense from the jade slip and entered a state of deep contemplation. A moment later, he stood up and strolled around the stone room several times before wearing a heavier expression. He then clutched his storage pouch and took out a white jade box. Hanli gazed at it for a moment before slowly opening the box to reveal a few small, rainbow-colored beads. The final room contained the gold-threaded silkworms he had acquired from Heaven Void Hole. Although Hanli had the Weeping Soul Beast's control pearl in hand, he had always felt hesitant about refining it, and decided to put it away for the time being. Rather, his delay in refining it didn't seem to affect the spirit beast all that much. When Hanli's acquisition of the gold-threaded silkworms hadn't occurred on a whim. They had a position on the list of exotic insects despite being ranked quite low. Although they weren't a match for the blood jade spider, they had a seldomly known second evolution. Given enough time, they could possibly evolve into a flame mirage moth. While they would still be somewhat weaker than the gold-devouring beetles, ranking 17 on the list of exotic insects, they had an innate ability of transformation. While its power was formidable, its description was quite vague. It seems this insect had seldomly been seen even in ancient times. Even if the mirage flame moth's high ranking was somewhat inaccurate, it was by no means insignificant. As such, in spite of the old eccentric's flabbergasted gaze, he had chosen to gather up the gold-threaded silkworms that were on the verge of death. They had been discarded by Wan Tianming without the slightest hesitation, as the gold-threaded silkworms had nearly exhausted the entirety of their origin chi at the time. After acquiring them, Hanli continuously fed them soul-nurturing pills and other rare spiritual medicines. However, all this had seemingly accomplished at this point was prolonging the inevitable. With each passing day, they grew increasingly haggard, and Hanli could only helplessly watch as they continued to decline. At that moment, an idea suddenly came to him. He directly arrived at the gold-threaded silkworm's room and frowned at what he saw through the spell restriction barrier. At that moment, the huge dark green silkworms were motionlessly lying on the ground as if they had already died. Were it not for the faint spiritual chi emitted from their bodies, he would have believed them to be dead. Hanli entered the room without hesitation and circled around the exotic insects for a moment before picking out the male and female silkworms with the strongest spirit amongst them. Afterwards, he took out 2 rainbow beads from the jade box and fed one to each silkworm before leaving the room. Hanli's thoughts were quite simple. Since these insects couldn't be saved, he may as well test the medicinal effects of the rainbow beads. With the grand reputation of the Heaven Mend pill, their medicinal powers should be beyond miraculous. If these beads were as he had imagined and were truly Heaven Mend pills, then he would stand to benefit even if the gold-threaded silkworms couldn't be saved. Naturally, if the gold-threaded silkworms responded negatively to the beads, he would no longer pay any heed to the beads. The following days were spent looking after the 9-curl spirit ginseng with the utmost care. This unique root was of great importance to his later formation of a nascent soul. At the center of his medicinal garden, Honleith sectioned off a small piece of earth. After placing down formation flags that he had specifically refined for the task, the surrounding soil became an impenetrable layer of golden stone. With this, he could finally place the 9-curl spirit ginseng inside with confidence. As for the ginseng's white rabbit spirit incarnation, it was still trapped inside a jade box. Honleith had no intention of keeping it there for long. After all, it could have a negative effect on the spirit ginseng if they were separated for too long. Honleith then brought the talisman-clad jade box into the medicinal garden and placed it at the spirit ginseng's side. After tearing off the talismans and opening the box, a streak of white light shot out of the box and circled around the 9-curl spirit ginseng before disappearing inside it. When Honleith saw this, he wore a knowing smile. It seemed the white rabbit incarnation was filled with trepidation since it had already been captured once before. It was quite timid. But when Honleith glanced at the 9-curl spirit ginseng's body, he began to ponder whether or not the green liquid would have any miraculous effects on it. He then put the thought aside for the time being. The spirit ginseng wasn't going anywhere, and the green liquid was required elsewhere. These tests would have to be saved for later. Furthermore, the green liquid might greatly increase the abilities of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, allowing it to possibly escape from the formation spell and leave him overcome with grief. This wasn't an ordinary plant, but a legendary divine medicinal plant. It was best to be careful. With that thought, Honleith no longer paid any attention to the 9-curl spirit ginseng after successfully containing it. As for the green liquid, Honleith was currently using all of it to mature the soul-nurturing tree, one of the renowned 3 divine woods. Although it was only a small root, Honleith was confident that within several years, it would regrow back into a 10,000-year tree. Originally, Honleith intended to study the Heaven Void Cauldron, and see if he could find a way to open it. But in the process, he accidentally stumbled across the bone sage's small rib bone, diverting his interest for the time being. Since it was able to withstand the fearsome sacred azura flames, it should prove to be quite unordinary. Laying down on his bed, he toyed with the sparkling white item in his hand as he curiously glanced at it. The old man appeared to only possess an early nascent soul cultivation, and the 2 middle-aged men appeared to only be late core formation cultivators. But Honleith was baffled to see that the 2 red-robed middle-aged men were able to face the immense pressure from both the flood dragon and the old nascent soul Taoist without showing the slightest fear. After the old man's eyes wandered several times around the 2, he suddenly smiled at them and said, "Hee hee. I didn't think that I'd encounter the Ho brothers. This humble Taoist apologizes for not recognizing you sooner." The face of the red-robed man with the gourd on his back twitched. He then expressionlessly said, "We also didn't expect to find Senior Jin Xia here. If Senior wishes to exterminate the 2 demon beasts beneath us, we would be glad to work together." When the old Taoist heard this, he felt gloomy. The flood dragon was an existence that was equivalent to a grade 9 demon beast. He wasn't so arrogant to believe that he could handle it alone. Were it not for the confidence he held in his incisive magic treasures, he wouldn't even consider fighting it. After the old Taoist frowned, he dryly coughed several times before bluntly saying, you fellow Taoists must be joking. This humble Taoist wouldn't be able to deal with the savage flood dragon by himself. Likewise, neither could the two of you restrain it. But together, we might have a chance at success. Perhaps you fellow Taoists would be interested in giving it a try. It's been quite a while since a grade 8 demon beast has been seen. If we were to join hands, we might be able to luckily succeed. In that case, I will only require the flood dragon's soul. I have no need of its demon core. Taoist Jin Xia stared at the two red-robed men as he spoke. The old Taoist's words seemed to run contrary to the two red-robed men's expectations. But after they glanced at each other, clearly communicating through some unknown method, the middle-aged man holding the ghost head staff briefly nodded and replied, "Fine. We'll agree to seniors' conditions. Us juniors don't wish to relinquish this opportunity and will strive our hardest." When that was said, his companion had already taken the fire-red gourd into his hand. When the old Taoist heard this, he rejoiced. He raised his arm and flung out an azure jade ring from his sleeve. It flew downwards, leaving a strange cry in its wake. The savage flood dragon stared coldly at the three as if it understood their words. A fierce expression flickered from his face as he opened his mouth, shooting a beam of scarlet light towards the old Taoist. Its silhouette then flickered and disappeared from sight. In the following moment, the savage flood dragon reappeared behind the two red-robed men in a flash. With fingers wrapped in blue light, it fiercely swiped its claws down to be met with a clang. The ghost head staff in one of their hands had automatically taken the shape of a 3-meter-tall malevolent spirit, and blocked the strike, saving their lives. When this occurred, the brothers surnamed Huo were greatly frightened. Their stiff, corpse-like faces were now overwhelmed with shock. At that same moment, the large red gourd lightly shook. With a howl of wind, countless grains of red crystal rushed out of the gourd, enveloping an area of over 300 meters, turning it into a realm of blazing fire and trapping the savage flood dragon within it. As for the scarlet ray of light that the flood dragon had released, it was currently tangling with the old Taoist's jade ring as if it were alive. The old Taoist's expression was quite solemn, and he did his utmost to prevent the scarlet light from nearing his body. He knew that the scarlet light was not to be underestimated. The savage flood dragon was suppressing the two late core formation cultivators in a clear attempt to allow the demon tortoise to finish its tribulation. Conversely, the old Taoist and the red-robed man feared the escape of the savage flood dragon and rejoiced at every bit of magic power that the demon beast wasted. It would save them quite a bit of trouble later on. As for the huge tortoise, even if its tribulation was completed, its origin chi would be greatly damaged, and it wouldn't pose much of a threat. As such, the three cultivators continued their fight with the demon beast in the sky as the huge tortoise beneath them reached the key moment of its tribulation. The bolts of lightning falling from the sky began to form silver spheres of lightning. Each strike caused the huge tortoise to tremble and was met with wild roars. Han Li rejoiced at the sight. Naturally, he had no thoughts to take advantage of the situation. A battle at this level was beyond what he could handle. But either way, regardless of which side won, it would be more than enough to solve Han Li's cave resident's predicament. As of now, an elusive opportunity for escape had finally showed itself. Han Li immediately made use of it, immersing the blood-red cape with his magic power and tearing through the sky as a streak of blood-red light. Han Li's sudden appearance and show of speed had caused both the cultivators and the flood dragon to become alarmed, but they soon ignored him. This was because they were able to perceive that Han Li's cultivation was quite shallow despite traveling at such a fast speed. An early core formation cultivator would prove insignificant to all of them. As Han Li was fearful of the demon beasts and cultivators discovering his cave residence, he decided to fly in a direction away from the sea mist. With the blood-red cloak's astonishing speed, Han Li was able to travel several thousands of kilometers in moments. After seeing that there were no pursuers, he finally relaxed and flew without his cloak as he went on ahead. After flying for the greater part of a day, Hanli casually sought an island to stay on for the time being. Several days later, Hanli reckoned that the battle should have reached a conclusion, and he carefully flew back. As expected, the sea nearby the mist was completely tranquil with no demon beasts, cultivators, or heavenly lightning in sight, as if nothing had occurred. Hanli floated above the nearby seas and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly releasing his spiritual sense into the nearby seas. His body then suddenly blurred with a flash of azure light as he dived into the sea. In the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli emerged, holding something in each of his hands. Chapter 522, Rainbow Beads and New Gold Devouring Beetles. One of the items Hanli found in the sea below where the previous battle occurred was about 10 meters long and sparkled with silver light. It appeared to be a portion of the huge tortoise's tail. The other item was half of the ghost head staff. It still contained a significant amount of spiritual chi. It was quite difficult to make out who had won the battle based on these two items. After the tribulation had concluded, it was even possible that the battle had moved to a different section of the sea. After all, battles at the nascent soul and grade 8 demon beast stage weren't matters that could be easily concluded, regardless of whether it were a cultivator wanting to slay a demon beast for their core, or a demon beast wishing to devour a cultivator's nascent soul. Either way, it would prove quite easy for the weaker party to escape. Hanli looked at the two items in his hands with narrowed eyes. After some further thought, he tossed the two items back into the sea. Although it wasn't likely that someone would pursue these two items, Hanli was unwilling to invite any disaster to his doorstep. After carefully examining his surroundings for a moment and making certain that there were no concealed cultivators or demon beasts in the vicinity, he flew into the sea mist without any further hesitation. When Hanli saw that the restrictions outside his cave residence were untouched, he finally felt his worries dissipate as he hurriedly entered. Before the battle had erupted, Hanli had originally planned to abandon the island. But afterwards, he changed his mind. Even if the demon tortoise survived the battle and its nest was in the nearby seas, it definitely would have received heavy wounds. On the other hand, after going through such a grave experience, it most likely would have left. Moreover, finding another hidden island wasn't going to be an easy matter. And even if he did find another, who knew if there would be yet another high-grade demon beast lurking nearby? Hence, it was much safer to stay. However, Hanli didn't dare to let down his guard, and immediately prioritized putting down many more illusion formations on the small island. He also carved out 2 false cave residences on other parts of the island, and placed separate concealment restrictions on them. With this, if any powerful enemies were to attack, he would be given an opportunity to escape. With all of that done, Hanli finally felt at ease. However, Hanli was unaware that the battle that had occurred that day was actually the spark that would lead to a huge battle between cultivators and demon beasts a few days later. The enraged flood dragons of the outer star seas had all joined together to form a man-hunting party, sowing calamity amongst human cultivators. Hanli, who had spent several days in peace in his cave residence, had already thrown the recent battle to the back of his head. He was currently refining a few sets of enemy entrapment formation tools for his future demon beast hunts. As he was planning to hunt down grade 6 and 7 demon beasts, he couldn't afford to be careless. During this time, the gold-devouring beetles finally finished laying their eggs. As Hanli was joyously observing the beetle eggs, his face suddenly revealed amazement. Although the eggs were shiny silver as expected, the eggs also had rather eye-catching specks of black on them as well. After looking at this, Hanli's first thought was that the gold-devouring beetles had somehow ascended in grade. But Hanli soon rejected this idea. Although the gold-devouring beetles were quite powerful, they were nowhere near as indestructible as the legends had described their matured form to be. there was no way they could have matured so quickly. Hence, after some further thought, Hanli recalled the countless iron fire ants that they had devoured. Could it be that the gold-devouring beetles had consumed so many iron fire ants that they underwent an unexpected mutation? Han Li's curiosity was piqued. However, from his previous experiences, it would take about a year for the eggs to hatch. As such, he forcefully suppressed his anticipation as he placed down a soul control formation around the eggs, placing a drop of blood into it so that they would recognize him as their master. Afterwards, Hanli took a look at the gold-threaded silkworms while he was at the insect rooms. As of current, apart from the 2 gold-threaded silkworms that had taken the rainbow beads, the rest of gold-threaded silkworms had slowly deteriorated before inevitably perishing, even with the support of spirit medicines. Likewise, the 2 survivors showed no signs of improving despite having already survived for so long and being given so much medicine. At that moment, Hanli had entirely given up on preserving them and had specially prepared some rainbow skirt grass for the 2 gold-threaded silkworms. He wanted to see whether or not it had a similar effect like on his beetles and would cause them to lay eggs. With these results, Hanli was certain that while the rainbow beads weren't on par with the Heaven Mend pills, they only possessed positive effects and weren't harmful to the user. After half a month, Hanli had finished constructing his sets of formation spell setup tools and had fed the rainbow skirt grass to the gold-threaded silkworms. He was now planning to head into seclusion and consume the rainbow beads. Minusing the 2 beads he had given to the silkworms, Hanli still had 6 on hand. Hanli sat cross-legged at the center of the room and stared at the box containing the beads with an appearance of great tranquility. Since he already came to a decision, he wasn't going to cowardly back down now. He swiftly picked up a bead and placed it in his mouth. Soon, Hanli wore an expression of astonishment. The originally solid bead turned incredibly soft upon entering his mouth. It was somewhat bitter, but it was easily swallowed. After entering his stomach, he began to feel a strange warmth from his dantian. Hanli frowned and immersed his spiritual sense within himself. The rainbow bead was completely intact within his stomach and emitted a faint glow. He muttered to himself for a moment after seeing this and soon clutched his hands in an incantation gesture. A thin thread of azure flame spouted out from his golden core and enveloped the bead before slowly refining it. In an instant, the warmth became scorching hot. Hanli then closed his eyes and began to meditate. 2 months later, Hanli had completely refined the bead with his core fire, but he didn't feel any immediate changes. After some hesitation, he began to refine the second one. Nearly a year passed by in the blink of an eye. Hanli emerged from seclusion with all 6 rainbow beads having been cleanly consumed. He could now feel a slight change and was now absorbing spiritual chi and producing spiritual power at a slightly faster rate. Although the effects weren't very obvious, Hanli was wild with joy. After all, the effects of the rainbow beads had yet to be fully displayed. However, Hanli's cheerful mood was soon dampened by a cold reality. After the gold-threaded silkworms ate the rainbow skirt grass, they had laid eggs as expected, over 100 even. However, all of the eggs were dead. The gold-threaded silkworms had both died after laying the eggs as well. Hanli stood outside the insect room, staring at the dead eggs in silence. Although he had suffered quite a loss, he did manage to verify the medicinal effects of the rainbow skirt grass at the very least. Although he suspected that the mature rainbow skirt grass would have a similar effect to induce reproduction in higher-grade demon beasts, he hadn't had the chance to test it until now. From the gold-threaded silkworm's actions, it was proven almost certainly true. The rarer and higher grade the demon beast, the more difficult it would be to reproduce. It was no wonder that high-grade demon beasts so rapidly flocked to the rainbow skirt grass when it was in bloom. As the saying goes, disaster and fortune often came hand in hand. While Hanli was brooding over the gold-threaded silkworms, the gold-devouring beetle eggs hatched several days later. The newly hatched gold-devouring beetles gave Hanli a rather pleasant surprise. They appeared no different than before, apart from the color of their shells. In addition to the golden spots on their silver shells, there were also traces of black. But more importantly, the spiritual chi they emitted gave Hanli a rather distinct impression. Hanli was now completely certain that the gold-devouring beetles had changed because the previous generation of gold-devouring beetles had consumed countless iron fire ants. Of course, Hanli would have to do some testing to find out what differences they had developed. As a result, Hanli placed all the beetles into a storage pouch and re-entered his hidden room. About half a day later, he left the room with unconcealed excitement. These new gold-devouring beetles were far more powerful than he had anticipated. He now felt even more assured in his future hunts for spirit beasts. Although Hanli still wished to research the puppet fragments from the Heaven Void Hall, he reckoned it wasn't going to be a matter that only took a few years. As such, he could only put it off for later. Hanli had already finished his preparations for his sea expedition for high-grade demon beast cores. He already had his rainbow skirt grass and sets of formation setup tools. As there could come a chance that they may prove to be useful, Hanli took along the blood jade spider and the weeping soul beast. While Hanli felt quite uneasy towards leaving behind the spiritual medicines, the 9-curl spirit ginseng in particular, they weren't something that he could bring along. After all, he didn't know precisely how long he would be out to sea. The 9-curl spirit ginseng was still a plant and couldn't be separated too long from the ground. With that in mind, Hanli bluntly left behind a portion of the newly hatched gold-devouring beetles at the cave residence. He gave them the order to kill any cultivators or demon beasts that trespassed. This way, any trespassers would be killed, so long as they weren't nascent soul cultivators or grade 8 demon beasts. At that moment, 2 streaks of bright azure light flew down and revolved around the huge prawn in coordination, chopping it into pieces. Green blood splattered onto the seas below. The 5 element bands trembled several times before disappearing in a glow of light and reappearing in Hanli's grasp a moment later. Hanli wore a slight smile on his face and shook the formation plate in his hand. The yellow radiance immediately faded away as the yellow barrier beneath him followed suit. Then with a wave of his hand, the 5 element bands had been replaced with a pitch-black alms bowl in a flicker of light. With both hands clasped on the bowl, Hanli floated down next to the pawn's corpse. A cold glint flickered from Hanli's eyes as he stared at the huge prawn's head. Without further deliberation, Hanli extended his finger and started to mutter an incantation. The tip of his finger began to shine and gradually grew brighter. Hanli coldly snorted. Several thin white strings shot out from Hanli's finger before piercing into the huge prawn's skull. Then with a shake of his finger, the white strings pulled out a fist-sized orb of green light from within the prawn's head and brought it towards the soul congregation bowl. The green light knew that this wouldn't end well, and began to struggle with all its might against the white threads. However, it was unable to break free as it slowly drew closer to the bowl. When it was about a foot away from the soul congregation bowl, the green orb of light was wrapped in black light and drawn into the bowl. Hanli smiled at the scene. He then approached the prawn's corpse and rummaged through the scattered remains before he found a light blue sphere. Not only were grade 6 demon beast cores larger than those from grade 5, but they were also more translucent and shined with a faint glow. It made for a beautiful sight. After looking at it for a moment more, Hanli placed the core into his storage pouch and took another look at the huge prawn's corpse as if something had just come to mind. He suddenly raised his hand and cut it with 2 more streaks of light. He sliced off its claws and placed them into his storage pouch without any further thought. Afterwards, he shot a small fireball at the corpse, turning all of the remaining pieces into ashes. Hanli calmly flew back to the rainbow skirt grass and went back to sitting down cross-legged. He was confident that the nearby seas didn't only have one grade 6 demon beast. Now, he just had to calmly wait until the next one arrived. Chapter 524. Spying 7 years after Hanli began harvesting demon beasts, a group of cultivators with varying cultivations were slowly flying at a low altitude in a region of the outer star seas. They would occasionally glance around as if they were searching for something. The group of cultivators were at Foundation establishment, apart from their 3 leaders. One of their leaders was a mid-core formation while the other 2 were at early core formation. A middle-aged cultivator with a yellowish complexion impatiently asked, "Brother Cho, is that grade 6 demon beast truly nearby? We've already searched for several days and we even expanded our search perimeter. Isn't it likely that the information is wrong?" It appeared he was talking to the gaunt old man that wore a solemn expression at his side. The old man was the highest-ranked cultivator in their party, the sole mid-core formation cultivator. The old man indifferently replied, "Don't be impatient, fellow Daoist Min. The information we received was but an approximate location. It is also quite common for the location to change after several days. And even then, following this information is better than just randomly roaming the seas. I am confident that the intelligence vendor wouldn't have dared to swindle me." The third core formation cultivator, a large man with a fiendish face, suddenly said, "The demon beast might have already left the area, or perhaps its nest doesn't lie in this area." "Impossible. This is a rare vivid glass beast. We've swept our spiritual sense in the nearby seas and spotted the beast's most beloved food, the tricolored seaweed. Its nest must be nearby." The gaunt old man spoke with a tone of certainty. Because the 2 core formation cultivators seemed to hold the old man in high regard, they said no more. Instead, they continued to sweep their spiritual sense in every direction. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators behind them, most were either their disciples or younger relatives. As such, none of them dared to intrude in their conversation. Under the lead of the 3 core formation cultivators, the group continued to search for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, they found absolutely nothing. By this time, the old man began to frown. Sigh. Originally, when one stayed near the depths, even if their gains were infrequent, one could still acquire 4 high-grade demon cores a year. But now, ever since we left the depths, we've only encountered 2 high-grade demon beasts, and even worse, we've failed to acquire their cores. The cultivator surnamed Min grumbled as if he had a bellyful of grievances. Enough. Brother Min, you should be aware of the circumstances in the depths. If we were to go to there now, we would only be going to our deaths, rather than hunting demon beasts. With a face pale from trepidation, the man with a fierce appearance said, "It is still truly abnormal. The depths were a place where you could make a living if you were clever and avoided the center region. But 2 years ago, ever since the demon beast insurrection started, the entire depths became a restricted area. High-grade cultivators that commonly roamed the depths never returned. And in the past year, several nascent soul eccentrics joined hands and explored the center region of the depths. But as a result, they turned tail and fled, perhaps due to having encountered unbeatable odds. Even then, Master Four Paths was the only nascent soul cultivator able to return alive. It seems Wondrous Depths Island won't be able to last much longer." The bony old man was silent for a moment before his face twitched, saying, "Fellow Daoist Xian's words do hold reason. Although the demon beasts of the depths can still be considered docile as they have yet to head out of the depths, who knows when they will attack in an overwhelming force. This isn't something that is impossible." There was a sea beast with a sparkling, transparent body that was trapped in a red light barrier. The demon beast's body was about 10 meters long, and had countless milky white threads hanging from its body. In a dire attempt to cut through the red barrier of light, it continuously rammed its body against it. However, this wasn't what the three cultivators were concerned with. They were focused on something else entirely. There was a youth wearing faint blue robes above the small island. He stood motionlessly in the air with his hands behind his back. His face wore a leisurely expression. The cultivator with the fierce appearance excitedly said in a voice transmission, "Brother Chio, that person is only at early core formation. Shall we attack?" A malicious glint appeared in the old man's eyes. However, he managed to suppress his desire to attack and cautiously said, "Don't rush, we'll first take a look around to see if there are any other cultivators hidden nearby. Let's make sure there are no traps." The cultivator surnamed Min was also quite careful and called a matter to attention. "Fellow Daoist Xian, Brother Chio makes sense. It seems quite suspicious for an early core formation cultivator to dare to trap a vivid glass beast by himself. There may be other mysteries at play." When the fierce-looking man heard this, his heart trembled and he hastily swept his spiritual sense around the vicinity. However, he was unable to find anything. At that moment, the blue-clothed youth struck. With a single wave of his hand, 7 streaks of azure light shot out from his palm. The streaks of light circled once in the air before combining into a huge azure sword that was over 30 meters long. The sword cleaved down, sending a deep reverberation through air. The vivid glass beast seemed to perceive the sword's fearsomeness and spat a white crystal orb at it. The crystal orb swelled to 3 meters wide after it left the demon beast's mouth, and moved to intercept the huge falling sword. The sword didn't change speed in the slightest and emitted a faint roll of thunder as it continued down. It then met the crystal with a large bang. For a single instant, the huge sword appeared indistinct. Whoosh! With a flash of azure light, the huge sword then disappeared without a trace and reappeared atop the vivid glass beast as it continued to cleave down. The demon beast then hoarsely shouted in fury as its countless white threads joined together to meet the strike in an attempt to preserve its life. Crunch! The huge sword chopped through the vivid glass beast's head without the slightest resistance, splattering green blood all around. The 3 core formation cultivators were left amazed at the sight of the youth slaying the beast in a mere instant. Was that really a vivid glass beast? It was well known to be extremely difficult to hunt even amongst grade 6 demon beasts. But it just fell through a single blow from this youth. Inconceivable. Could it be that he wasn't at the early core formation stage, but was rather at the late core formation stage? After repeatedly using their spiritual sense to sweep past the youth as he looted the beast corpse, they confirmed that he truly was but an early core formation cultivator. While victory against the grade 6 vivid glass beast would be certain with the 3 of them combined, it would be impossible for them to slay it with the ease displayed by this youth. Could it be that this youth was a tiger in disguise? Could he be concealing his true cultivation with a hidden technique? Suspicions began to surge within their minds. The Jade Cloud sect's chief elder, Daoist Master Swift Crane, was enraged by this and personally scoured the seas several times by himself in search of the insect demon. However, he returned unsuccessful each time. Many people believed even if he found the insect devil, nothing would come of it. After all, from the abilities he displayed, it is quite possible that he is actually a newly ascended nascent soul expert. It is said that the other factions of Wondrous Depths Island have already taken note of the insect devil and wish to recruit him. After a moment of silence, the old man shook his head and said, "Nascent soul stage? Not necessarily. I've heard that there is nothing exceptional about the insect demon's cultivation. All of his fearsomeness comes completely from his strange insects. It was said that on the day of that battle, he hadn't used any magic treasures and merely released countless flying insects, devouring the many core formation cultivators alive without even lifting a finger. That was how he received the name of Insect Devil. Cultivator Min persisted, however. Brother Chiu also saw that he didn't use his insects and was able to kill Vivid Glass Beast in a single strike. Even late core formation cultivators would find it difficult to replicate this feat. Surely he must be a disguised nascent soul eccentric. The old man still disapproved and thought to further speak when the fierce-looking man at the side interrupted him with a helpless tone. Fellow Taoists, it makes no difference for us whether or not he is a nascent soul cultivator. It is almost certain that he would be able to kill us with great ease. Even we are fearful of his evil reputation. It is said that all cultivators who encountered the insect devil were all devoured by his insects. The number of cultivators that have fallen by his hand is no less than 100. In the last 2 years, this devil has already become a topic of fear. Cultivator Min appeared even more unsightly after hearing this. His gaze fell onto the blue-clothed youth and he let out a long breath before saying, "The insect devil is truly vicious and bloodthirsty." It should be true without a doubt. There were no small number of cultivators that had been killed for their treasures, and all claim it to be the work of this devil. And to think we came knocking on his door. His voice was filled with regret. When the old man heard this, his face also became unsightly, but he spoke no more. He was also greatly fearful toward the evil reputation of the insect devil. In the following moments, the three ceased to use voice transmissions and silently watched the youth's every movement. They wished for him to quickly finish dealing with the demon beast so they could get away as soon as possible. At that moment, the blue-clothed youth finished drawing out the soul of the Vivid Glass Beast into the black alms bowl. He then rummaged through the demon beast's corpse for a white demon core. At that moment, the youth suddenly raised his head and glanced around. When the three saw this, they all held their breaths and kept their bodies perfectly still. Chapter 526, Interrogation. Upon hearing Hanli, the three couldn't help but look at each other in amazement. What was the insect devil's purpose in asking them why they were afraid of him? Could it be that he wished to amuse himself before he killed them? The fierce-looking man steeled his heart and said with open hostility, "If fellow Taoist wishes to take our lives, then do so. What use is there in talking? That is strange. Was there something wrong with my question?" Han Li's expression suddenly grew sullen and cold. Seeing that there was possibly a chance of survival, the cultivator surnamed Min persistently pleaded, "Us brothers didn't know that Senior was hunting demon beasts here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to disturb Senior Insect Devil. We rushed to this location unintentionally without even a sliver of hostile intent. I hope Senior will spare us." It appeared a trace of blood had returned to his face. Hanli frowned and a trace of confusion flickered from his face. "Insect Devil. That's what you call me?" When the gaunt old man heard this, he couldn't help but wear a bewildered expression, muttering, "You're not Senior Insect Devil. It seems you three fellow Taoists have misunderstood something." Hanli chuckled and after some hesitation, he waved his arm and 3 azure lights flew towards their collars. With a low-pitched hum, the collars scattered, returning them back into a swarm of countless beetles. The beetles then returned back to the spirit beast pouches at Han Li's waist. The three rejoiced at being spared from death. Although they were confused, they felt somewhat convinced they had mistakenly identified him. There would be no way the insect devil would do something so unfathomable, given his notorious reputation. But after seeing Han Li's astonishing display of ability, they didn't dare to take any rash actions and respectfully addressed him. The old man wore a smile and promptly said, "Hee hee. It seems we were mistaken. There would be no way that the insect devil would have let us off so easily. May I know your esteemed name, fellow Taoist?" Although the old man understood that the youth before him might not be the insect devil, his abilities were quite similar, and he could still take their lives with ease. He naturally didn't dare to slight him. When Han Li heard this, he thought to say something, but he soon turned his head to the skies. Hanley leisurely spoke as he stared at the sky. "Oh. It seems you three had companions, and they've just arrived." The old man paused for a moment before turning his head in a certain direction. But since he didn't catch sight of anything, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Doubtful, the old man honestly replied, "Us brothers did bring along a few of our disciples. I reckon this is about the time that they should arrive." Just as he finished saying this, a string of lights suddenly appeared off in the horizon. They were the Foundation establishment cultivators that they had left behind. They had chased after the 3 core formation cultivators at a comparatively sluggish pace on their magic tools. When the old man saw this, his expression changed. This had illustrated that the youth possessed spiritual sense far beyond his own. His fear of Hanley unconsciously grew. Hanley glanced at the 3 core formation cultivators with narrowed eyes and cryptically said, "I'm not one for crowds. How about you make arrangements for your disciples, and I'll wait for you 3 on the other end of the island. I still have a few questions I wish to ask you. I hope you won't leave without saying goodbye." He then smiled at them and flew to the far end of the island below them. The 3 let out sighs of relief. Although they didn't know whether or not the youth was truly the insect devil, it appeared that he currently didn't have any plans of killing them. Their lives were safe for the time being. As a result, the old man solemnly uttered a few words. Although he naturally thought it would be best to kill them all after reaching that point, he didn't expect that the late core formation cultivator among them actually possessed an ancient protective treasure of impressive strength. As a result, he alone had managed to escape the gold-devouring beetles, catching Hanley off guard. As Hanley knew that the Jade Cloud sect was one of the great powers of Wondrous Depths Island, he could only brave the dangers of heading into the far reaches of the sea to avoid any powerful enemies that sought him out. It could be said that Hanley had been quite lucky. In the several years that he had spent in the far seas, he hadn't encountered any demon beasts of grade 8 or higher. His most dangerous encounter had been when he attracted several grade 7 demon beasts at once. Although the situation had left him at a loss, the simultaneous release of his gold-devouring beetles and magic treasures managed to settle the problem without much trouble. In his hunting during these past years, he eventually acquired several hundred grade 6 and 7 demon beast cores, more than enough for his medicinal recipes. Additionally, he also accumulated a large collection of demon beast materials. As such, he felt satisfied with ending his expedition and returning back to his cave residence. However, just as he returned from the deep seas, he unintentionally discovered a vivid glass beast as he passed by these waters. Hanley didn't intend on letting it slip away and placed down a formation to trap it. However, he didn't expect that this would attract the gaunt old man and his 2 companions. They even called him Insect Demon in a panicked manner. This caused Hanley's mood to take a turn for the worse. It was more than likely that since the Jade Cloud sect was unable to find him, they had incited rumors of an insect devil using his likeness and penchant for controlling insects and his bamboo clouds worm swords. It was clear that they had intended to destroy his reputation and deny him any place in the outer star seas, forcing him to appear. They even sent people to impersonate him and slay other cultivators for their treasures in the process, managing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, there was still something that Hanley couldn't wrap his mind around. It wasn't difficult to find high-grade cultivators that were skilled in controlling insects. Finding flying insects that appeared similar to gold-devouring beetles also wasn't particularly difficult. But if this was truly the fault of the Jade Cloud sect, why did the impersonators use gold and silver insects? He had used his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to kill the Jade Cloud sect. The lone cultivator that had escaped definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. However, the change in color for his gold-devouring beetles was something that had only occurred after he had arrived in the outer star seas. Chapter 528, Flowing Undercurrents. When Zenith-Een heard Taoist priest Chi accuse him of hiding something, he inwardly frowned and cursed, "Cunning old fox." However, none of this was betrayed on his face. Zenith-Yin's expression grew stern and he coldly said, "Brother Chi, you've asked this more than once before. And each time, I've answered that this youngster Han treacherously killed my grandson in Heaven Void Hall. That is why I must capture him alive, so that I may refine his soul." The Taoist priest shook his head and said, "Hee. Brother Wu had been saying this for the past 2 years, and I do believe it. However, Brother Wu has spent such a long time here, unwilling to be distracted by both his profounding island and the Starfall Coalition's battle on the other side. If it were only for the sake of avenging your grandson, then wouldn't I alone be enough?" Then, as if checkmating him, the Taoist priest stared at Zenith-Een with a mysterious smile and slowly continued, "Moreover, in addition to Zenith-Een, the 1,000 Gates of Enlightenment has secretly sent over their elder breakwater, and 3 other unknown nascent soul cultivators had arrived in the outer star seas with disguised appearances. Just when did our wondrous Depths Island become so attractive that it would capture the attention of so many high-grade cultivators? And in the past 2 days, I've acquired concrete information that they're looking for the same person as you, the youngster surnamed Han. Brother Wu, please don't tell me that they also wish to avenge their grandsons." Zenith-Yin's heart trembled and his face grew icy, but he remained silent. The Taoist priest saw that Zenith-Yin's heart was wavering and he calmly continued to persuade him, "There is no need for Brother Wu to pointlessly continue to conceal this. Regardless of what great secret this youngster Han may possess, since so many fellow nascent soul Taoists have already figured it out, there is no harm in having me and only me know about it. If Brother Wu were to calmly tell me, it could work to your advantage. Moreover, in the current seas, in addition to my own disciples masquerading as the insect devil, there are other cultivators that have also taken up that identity in other locations. It is clear that they're interfering with our scheme." Zenith-Een eventually replied with a gloomy tone, "Humph. Brother Chi, since you already know so much, then what mystery is there to clear up? What point is there in asking me? I am convinced that even if Brother Wu is unwilling to tell me the truth, I will be able to find the clear truth of the matter by the year's end. By that time, it won't just be me or the Jade Cloud sect that knows of the matter. I don't want things to reach that point. Wouldn't it be better to join hands now?" The Taoist priest spoke of his inner plans without the slightest attempt at concealment. Zenith-Yin's expression fluctuated for a long while. After lowering his head and muttering to himself for a moment, he eventually sighed and bitterly smiled at the Taoist priest. "It's not that I wish to deliberately fool you. But in order to ensure that the secret wouldn't be divulged, I along with several other fellow Taoists have all made a heart demon pact to not speak of it to outsiders. But since the myriad Gates of Enlightenment has sent their elder breakwater here, then Wan Tianming has more or less broken the pact, regardless of what he said. Hence, I no longer have anything to fear from divulging the secret." The Taoist priest heartily laughed upon hearing him. "Great. Brother Wu actually cared about a heart demon pact. I've never taken them to mind. If heart demon pacts were truly effective, most heretical and devil Tao cultivators would already be dead." Zenith-Een said with a helpless tone, "Although I don't care about the heart demons, if too many people come to know of it, I'm afraid there will be no rewards left to reap." Soon after, his face stiffened, and he started to speak through voice transmissions. The Taoist priest was completely unconcerned with Zenith-Yin's carefulness. But after only a few words were spoken, his expression greatly changed as rapt excitement flickered in his eyes. "Is what you said true? The item has emerged into the world." The Taoist priest's voice shivered from excitement. Zenith Een indifferently replied, "If not for this treasure, do you truly believe so many nascent soul cultivators would have gathered here?" While the Taoist priest was ecstatic, he couldn't help but grumble, "That's right. It seems Brother Wu was correct in entirely concealing the matter. I admire you for having kept this secret for so long, but if fellow Taoist had spoke of it sooner, I would have certainly sent out more men. Perhaps we might have found the youngster already." Zenith Een gloomily explained, "Fellow Taoist says that quite easily. Do you think I could just divulge this matter as I wished? If I hadn't concealed the matter for so long, the others might have leaked the information as well. Even now, I am unwilling to casually speak of it. The less people who know of this, the better." The Taoist priest nodded his head and agreed without thinking, "Brother Wu's words make sense. If I had known about this, I also wouldn't have wanted to divide the treasure with anybody else. However, it seems that now, the information won't be hidden for much longer. The truth of the treasure's emergence will finally be spread." Zenith Yin's cheek twitched and he revealed a trace of bitterness on his face. He. Brother Wu should know that no news truly stays hidden. Now, I will be taking my leave first, since I need to send out more men. Let us be a step ahead of the others in search of that youngster. The Taoist priest stood up and bid goodbye with a trace of excitement on his face. Zenith Een didn't do anything to stop him. After standing up and cupping his fist to him, he watched the Taoist priest as he left the room. Zenith Een then sat back down in his chair and remained motionless with a bitter smile on his face. Ever since the word advantage was uttered, Taoist priest Qi had become more energetic while Zenith became anxious. But it seemed that telling him about the Heaven Void Cauldron was the right move. That youngster Han had fled to some unknown location and had left no trace of himself. Had Han Li not exterminated the Jade Cloud cultivators, Zenith Een would have believed that Han Li had successfully executed a crafty escape plan, and actually escaped to another demon beast island. But since he no longer had the time to wait, he could only draw support from a local power, the Jade Cloud sect. He could only take this one step at a time. Zenith Een pondered about the benefits and drawbacks of this alliance before letting out a long sigh, returning the room to silence. Chapter 529. Uninvited guests. The door to the pill refinement room had been sealed for an entire 3 years when one day, the room finally opened with Han Li quietly emerging from within. All of his valuable demon cores had been turned into demon core pills. For the first 2 years, Han Li had used all of his time to refine grade 5 demon core pills. Although these medicine pills had no significant effect on his cultivation as of current, even a single one of these pills was immensely desired by Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a single pill would leave them in ecstasy. After refining these medicine pills, Han Li's pill refinement techniques had finally ascended to a higher level. After all, even genuine pill refinement grandmasters wouldn't have the opportunity to squander as many demon cores for practice as he did. Ordinary pill refinement masters were only able to use about 40 demon cores as practice in their lifetime. Even then, it was an infrequent occurrence. While all the medicine pill refinement methods had their differences, they all shared a few similarities that Han Li was able to recognize. After refining so many of these precious medicine pills, Han Li was able to forcefully raise his pill refinement technique to the rumored level that existed slightly above that of a pill refinement grandmaster. As a result, this greatly increased the odds of success when refining grade 6 and 7 demon cores into pills, much to his delight. Even Han Li was unwilling to lightly squander items as valuable as grade 6 and 7 demon cores. After Han Li finished refining all of his demon cores, he spent an entire month resting. In that month, Han Li circled around his insect rooms many times, observing the differences between his tricolored gold-devouring beetles and the non-mutated gold-devouring beetles. While Han Li was refining pills, he had his puppets alternate between feeding rainbow skirt grass to the two groups of gold-devouring beetles. However, this had resulted in Hanli discovering something terrible. While the tricolored gold-devouring beetles excitedly consumed rainbow skirt grass as expected, it no longer induced a violent excitement in the tricolored gold-devouring beetles, nor did it produce any other strange effects. At the beginning, Hanli had assumed that this was because the time had been too short and that the number of gold-devouring beetles were too many. Hence, the effects of the rainbow skirt grass wouldn't be obvious. But under further investigation, he specifically isolated 300 black-strained gold-devouring beetles and fed them the rainbow skirt grass, leading to this significant discovery. After consuming the rainbow skirt grass several times, they hadn't displayed even the slightest change. This caused Hanli to become quite gloomy. He had come to the conclusion that the rainbow skirt grass could no longer be used to induce reproduction in the mutated gold-devouring beetles. Although he didn't understand the unfathomable principles behind this, he knew without a doubt that these black-stained mutated beetles could not be replenished as they had completely lost their ability to rapidly reproduce. Every single beetle he lost would be permanent. Now, he could only go back to feeding the rainbow skirt grass to the minority of gold-devouring beetles that hadn't undergone the black-stain mutation. After feeding rainbow skirt grass to the unmutated gold-devouring beetles repeatedly, they had become increasingly violent, appearing as if they would soon reproduce. With that taken care of, Hanli then entered seclusion once more with renewed clarity of mind. With the prepared assistance of all kinds of medicine pills, Hanli planned on first reaching the 8th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Arts before tackling the mid-core formation stage. Sitting down on a straw mat in the sealed room, Hanli took out a medicine bottle from his storage pouch, and poured out a glowing red medicine pill into his hand that resembled a longan fruit. After Hanli swallowed the pill, he began to feel the heat of medicinal power emit from his stomach. He then silently muttered the incantation for the 8th layer of the sword art as he slowly closed his eyes. Hanli wholeheartedly cultivated in the cave residence while oblivious to the time that passed by. The unceasing consumption of medicine pills and the conversion of medicinal power into spiritual power was an extremely tedious task. Fortunately, Hanli was wholeheartedly committed to increasing his cultivation and was able to persevere without fail. But even with his stalwart resolve, Hanli began to unconsciously feel dreary. 16 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanli had managed to eventually break through the mid-core formation bottleneck and reach the 8th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Arts. Despite his excitement, he didn't hastily leave seclusion as he still possessed a majority of the medicine pills he had started with. It was only natural to want to finish consuming them. Hence, despite having just entered mid-core formation, Hanli forcefully calmed his heart and focused on refining the 9th layer of the Azure Sword Arts. The 9th layer of the Sword Arts proved to be much more difficult than the previous layers had been. As spring passed by and winter appeared with autumn leaving and summer arriving, years and years passed by with the secluded room remaining shut. A thick layer of dust began to cover everything in the cave residence as if it had become an ancient tomb. On yet another peaceful morning in the nearby seas, a seabird circled overhead, occasionally releasing a sharp cry. It made for a serene scene. But a moment later, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the horizon. Several streaks of azure and red radiance flew towards the direction of the sea mist in a disorderly fashion. A moment later, silhouettes could clearly be made out from within the light. They were a group of 3 women and 2 men. Apart from an early Foundation establishment cultivator, a middle-aged man, the rest were all chi condensation cultivators. They were all youths spanning anywhere from 17 to 24 years of age. They had flown over in a mad rush, occasionally looking behind them as if someone were chasing them. Gasping for breath, a young woman amongst them said, "Marshal Uncle's son. Let's rest for a moment in the sea mist. Otherwise, we won't be able to persist when they come chasing after us." The young woman had a round face and large eyes, bearing somewhat of a resemblance to an infant. While she would normally appear quite cute, at the moment, she was covered in sweat, and her complexion was pale as if her magic power was on the verge of exhaustion. The middle-aged man paused and looked at the other three chi condensation cultivators. Chapter 530, Azure Spirit Sect. Apart from the wind that carried the scent of the sea, it was completely silent where the group of cultivators were recuperating. The party of cultivators became increasingly relaxed, gathering the courage to close their eyes. Time quickly passed by. After 2 hours, the party had recovered most of their magic power and their complexions had mostly returned to normal. The middle-aged man opened his eyes. After examining how the other four were doing, he immediately commanded, "We're going. We can't stay here longer. Those things are already in quick pursuit of us." With that said, he stood up and led the way. Although the chi condensation cultivators were somewhat reluctant, they didn't dare to tarry and stood up, quickly flying off on their magic tools. But at that moment, loud cries could suddenly be heard from around the island. They seemed to be coming from within the dense mist. "Not good." The middle-aged cultivator yelled with a ghastly expression. The other four's complexions paled in an instant. A flock of over a dozen huge gray birds emerged from the dense fog above them. These monstrous birds were 3 meters long, had red combs on their head, sharp claws and beaks, and emitted a faint azure light from their body. They made for a vicious and ugly sight. After they appeared, they didn't immediately descend down to the island. Instead, they quickly circled around the island before dispersing, blocking the cultivators' paths of escape. The birds appeared quite familiar with the maneuver. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, his heart dropped. "Run. Quickly go into the forest. Wait until there is a chance to escape." Experienced in dealing with bird-type demon beasts, the middle-aged man hastily ordered the others to flee into the forest. As the four were scared out of their wits, they quickly followed his orders without question. Their speed reached new levels with their increasing panic. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the forest. However, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. Just as the five flew down to 10 meters above the forest, green lights suddenly flashed before their eyes. Once they recovered their sight from the dazzling flash, they were amazed to discover that the forest had disappeared without a trace, only to be replaced by an unfamiliar mountain range emitting an astonishing intensity of spiritual chi. It was an illusion formation. The blue-clothed woman shouted out in alarm. "Could it be that there is a fellow Taoist here?" The burly youth said in pleasant surprise. Greatly surprised, the middle-aged cultivator muttered, "It's possible. But in any case, this is our chance at survival. Hopefully we can use the formation to evade the hawk-kite beasts." With that said, the party couldn't help but sweep their gazes around within the illusion formation. At that moment, the vicious birds suddenly lost sight of them, causing them to become restless. They cried out to each other several times before deciding to slowly fly downward. The middle-aged cultivator's expression sank. "Not good. It seems the hawk-kite beasts will soon be unaffected by the illusion formation's influence. Quickly climb the mountains. There is an aura of spell formations there. Perhaps that is where the fellow Taoist is." He then flew off toward the mountains in a streak of light. After the remaining cultivators mutually glanced at one another, they chased after the middle-aged man with nervous expressions. After they flew a short distance, a layer of white light suddenly revealed itself, blocking their way. When the middle-aged man saw this, he rejoiced. He immediately waved his hand and summoned a sound transmission talisman. After muttering a few words into it, he tossed the talisman before it transformed into a streak of fire, disappearing into the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The others gazed at the scene with panicked eyes, not daring to interrupt him. A short moment later, the many monstrous birds flew into the illusion formation. They quickly discovered the party of cultivators and flew towards them in a mad rush. Their wings carried a faint trace of bright azure light. The middle-aged cultivator grimaced and glanced at the white light barrier behind them. He gritted his teeth and muttered orders to the chi condensation cultivators. The other cultivators' expression were also unsightly. But they still brandished their glowing magic tools in preparation to receive the demon beast's attack. But just as the hawk-kite beasts were about to sweep down onto the party of cultivators, something unexpected occurred. Over 100 beams of various colored light suddenly shot out from the white light barrier. Although the beams were as thick as a finger, each of them were incomparably sharp. In the next instant, the descending hawk-kite beasts were left filled with countless holes, accompanied by the sounds of their flesh being ripped apart. The demon beasts breathed their last as they fell to the ground without even a scream. The group of cultivators were elated by the developments and couldn't help but turn around towards the light barrier. They were left shocked for a long while when they saw over 10 huge apes on the other side of the light barrier. At first glance, they had mistaken them to be demon beasts and were left frightened, but they soon noticed something odd about them. After further inspection, they noticed that the huge apes all glowed with black light, before eventually figuring them out to be mechanical puppets. The puppets each had raised arms. It appeared the beam of lights from a moment ago should have all came from their hands. These realizations left the party completely relieved. Soon after, the huge apes silently lowered their arms and flickered with white light before disappearing from sight. As their expressions continued to change in surprise, the white barrier flashed several times before parting to create a 3-meter-wide path. When the 5 saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. A man's voice unhurriedly said, "I am currently in seclusion, and it is inconvenient for me to meet with you. You fellow Taoists may rest for a moment within the barrier before leaving." From his words, it seemed the formation spell master didn't possess the slightest intention to meet them. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. But since the demon beasts have died, it will be fine if we rested outside. We don't dare to further interrupt Senior's cultivation. Although the middle-aged cultivator felt no malice from the voice, he didn't dare to enter the formation of a stranger. As such, he could only summon his courage to refuse the offer and risk upsetting the other party. It seems you're quite careful. But since this is the case, how about you tell me about your situation? Why was there a group of grade 2 demon beasts in pursuit of you? The voice spoke without the slightest care, but his later words carried a trace of curiosity. The middle-aged man's face finally relaxed. He hastily replied with a respectful tone, "I am a disciple of the Azure Spirit sect. We went out to sea in order to pick a few spiritual herbs. During a moment of carelessness, we caught the eye of those demon beasts and they have pursued us ever since. Were it not for Senior's rescue, us juniors would have faced calamity." The voice merely grunted in response before turning silent. This left the cultivators uneasy. The middle-aged cultivator grew apprehensive. However, he didn't dare to leave yet and managed to keep his calm. After a moment of silence, the man's voice indifferently said, "Your Azure Spirit sect only sent out you 5. Why aren't there any sect elders leading you? Don't you know you'd only be seeking death by going out to sea with your meager cultivations? Even if a sect has no core formation cultivators, grade 2 demon beasts shouldn't pose much of a threat against a group of foundation establishment cultivators." After that was said, the middle-aged cultivator paused for a moment. With some hesitation, he then bitterly smiled, "Seniors. Our Azure Spirit sect is but a small sect. Although we once had a core formation elder, he perished in the beast torrent over 20 years ago. There are only foundation establishment cultivators in our sect now, and their numbers aren't many. As the middle-aged man thought about his response, he was worried whether or not this senior would form evil intentions after hearing about their sect's details. But after some further thought, he realized that if this person wanted to kill them, he could have done so easily with his puppets. After all, his cultivation was vastly superior to their own. There would be no need for him to waste the effort with such long ploys. And if he were to conceal any information from this senior, he would risk him, damning all of them to death. As such, the middle-aged cultivator came to a resolution and took the risk of honestly answering. He didn't believe that anybody would harbor any designs towards a ruined sect such as his own. Beast torrent. How long ago did this occur? Does it have something to do with those demon beasts? The man's voice seemed to carry a trace of alarm. When the middle-aged man heard this, he grew shocked. The youths in his party also revealed amazement. Why haven't they appeared and taken charge of the situation? And with such huge disaster having struck Profound Depths Island, why haven't the inner star seas responded and sent over reinforcements? Or have the forces of the inner star seas completely given up on Wondrous Depths Island? Each following question became sharper and struck closer to the heart of the matter. As for the middle-aged man, his knowledge only covered a few of the questions. After some consideration, he carefully answered, "During the year of the Beast Torrent, I heard that while 2 nascent soul cultivators perished in the assault, most of them managed to flee. Although there has been no news of those seniors, word has it that they are planning something great. It is quite possibly an attack to reclaim Wondrous Depths Island. However, this junior is unaware of the concrete details. As for the inner star seas, all contact with them has been lost ever since the day of the Beast Torrent. Nobody knows what is happening on the other side. With regards to reinforcements, not a single one has been seen. It is likely, as Senior said, Wondrous Depths Island has already been given up by the inner star seas." After that was said, his face wore a gloomy expression. It seemed the cultivators fortunate enough to survive the Beast Torrent had grown apathetic towards the inner star seas and unconsciously harbored resentment towards them. The voice grew silent for a moment more before leisurely asking, "Since there is such danger, why is it that you juniors dared to brave these dangerous seas instead of staying safely put? Are you seeking death?" The middle-aged cultivator revealed a miserable expression, but before he could answer, the yellow-robed young woman's expression fluctuated as she suddenly shot forward from behind the old man. "Senior, because my father cultivated an unsuitable cultivation art, his true essence suffered backlash and his meridians are in disarray, rendering him paralyzed. With Senior's great power, he must have a method to save him. If Senior saves my father, this junior is willing to toil ceaselessly in order to repay your kindness." The young woman bitterly pled with eyes overflowing with tears, invoking a feeling of tender pity. When the others heard this, they were greatly shocked and couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. But when the middle-aged cultivator heard this, his heart trembled and he instantly rebuked her. "Shinger, what nonsense are you speaking? Senior Marshall brother has been bedridden for years. He is no longer treatable by ordinary means. We've only come on this journey to find medicine to alleviate his pain. Senior's magic power may be profound, but that alone cannot treat your father." Although the middle-aged cultivator's words were harsh, he wore an odd expression as he spoke. The voice coldly laughed and lazily said, "His true essence suffered backlash and his meridians are in disarray. He seems to have vainly overreached himself. These are symptoms of attempting to forcefully cultivate a high-level technique while his cultivation was lacking." This expert was able to diagnose the cause of the illness without having personally seen the man. This caused a flicker of joy to appear on the middle-aged man's face. "Senior is truly knowledgeable. It was because of my Senior Marshall brother's impatient cultivation that led to misfortune. Would Senior happen to know a technique that could save him?" After the middle-aged man respectfully praised him, he asked about the crux of the matter. It seems he has a good relationship with this senior martial brother of his. This illness won't take much to cure, but why would I tell you? Did you believe that I could provide my assistance without any benefit? The voice seemed to perceive the man's thoughts and bluntly mocked him. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before his complexion fluctuated between red and white. Despite his moving lips, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. The yellow-clothed young woman gained hope from those words, and a trace of color returned to her face. With gritted teeth and a beating heart, she knelt before the light barrier. Soon after, the adorable young woman said with determination, "Junior Gongsun Xing pledges that so long as Senior can cure my father, this woman is willing to devote her life to you as your loyal servant. If Senior is not at ease, Junior is willing to enter restrictions before Senior heads out to save her father." With that said, the woman faced the light barrier and kowtowed her head 3 times against the ground. A resolute expression remained on her face. Despite appearing so young, the yellow-robed woman was staunch. With furious surprise, the middle-aged man rebuked, "Stupid girl, do you know what folly you are committing? Senior is a man of great status. What use does he see in a disgraceful girl like you?" The others in the party managed to recover from their shock and each said their own words to try and dissuade her. However, the yellow-clothed woman ignored them and continued to kneel in place. It seemed like she decided to stay kneeling until she heard his reply. The young woman shook her pale face and calmly said, "Everyone, please stop. My talent is unclear. My mother went through much difficulty to deliver me, and my father forcefully cultivated the 6th layer of the Azure Spirit profound arts in order to cleanse my essence and transform my meridians, leaving himself crippled and bedridden. Now is the time that I can fulfill my filial duties. So long as my father can be cured, I am willing to devote my life to Senior without complaint. Girl, could it be that you wish to pressure me? If I don't act, then will you stay forever kneeling?" The man's voice coldly laughed without the slightest sympathy. "Junior doesn't dare. Gongsun Xing is already immensely grateful towards Senior for saving our lives. However, my father is bedridden. We've tried our hardest to find someone to cure him, but all attempts have failed." From Senior's tone, Xinger believes that this will take but a trivial effort from him. Junior's only intention is to bitterly plead with Senior so that she may fulfill her filial duties, nothing else. The woman's voice was on the verge of sobbing by the time she finished. She kowtowed once more as she held back her sobs. The light barrier remained silent. Chapter 532, Cultivation Vessel Whoosh. A huge ape emerged from the light barrier, and walked several steps towards the kneeling young woman before halting. The expressions of the others changed upon seeing this, watching the puppet with worry. The yellow-robed woman opened her bright, reddish eyes and vacantly stared at the huge ape. "Regardless of the truth of what you said, you still are quite pitiful. However, I have never done anything without profit. I sense that you are still a virgin, and I have cultivated to a bottleneck. Perhaps I could break through it with the assistance of pair cultivation. If you are willing to become my cultivation vessel, enter the spell formation and I will give your companions a bottle of 3 vital essence pills. It should be more than enough to save your father. I will not force you, nor will I take advantage of the weak. If you are unwilling, then you may leave. Just act as if you never met me." The man's voice was ice-cold, containing not the slightest emotion. At that moment, the huge ape puppet extended its arms, revealing a small bottle of sparkling white jade. It presented the bottle to the kneeling woman before it. The young woman's mind grew blank after hearing this. Although she was young, she still knew about the meaning of pair cultivation and cultivation vessels. Her originally pale white face unconsciously blushed. Still, she unhesitatingly replied, "Good. So long as my father can recover, Junior is willing to become Senior's cultivation vessel. With that said, the young woman reached out and took the bottle into her hands before slowly standing up. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked by the young woman's words and panically shouted, "Senior! How could you do this? What will I tell your father?" The others' expressions also greatly changed upon hearing her, and they each attempted to dissuade her. The young woman didn't respond to the old man's outburst. Instead, she offered the jade bottle to him and calmly asked, "Marshal uncle, can you please check the medicine pills in the bottle and see whether or not they will be of use towards my father?" "You." Sigh. The middle-aged cultivator took in jade bottle and glanced at the young woman's tender, expressionless face before letting out a long sigh. Knowing that he couldn't change her mind, he could only sullenly take the jade bottle and examine the faint blue medicine pills within. A peculiar scent slowly spread throughout the air surrounding. All those who smelled it would feel their minds and bodies become free of burden. The middle-aged cultivator lost focus after smelling the pill's medicinal scent. After taking another whiff, he shouted out in surprise, "These are medicine pills refined from demon cores." The young woman remained calm and thoroughly asked, "They were refined with demon cores. Will these vital essence pills heal my father?" The middle-aged cultivator's expression grew complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he truthfully said, "Although I don't know the specific effects of this pill, it is an exceptionally rare item. It is unlikely to be fake. Many thanks for Marshal Uncle's answer." Sienna now feels relieved, but I'm afraid I must trouble Marshal Uncle to bring it back and tell my father what happened. If only this unfilial daughter had never been born. The young woman sighed. With reddened eyes, she turned around and headed into the light barrier. The middle-aged man's expression changed several times. He opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say anything. All he could do was take the jade bottle into his hands. At that moment, the huge ape puppet soon returned into the light barrier. The opening had begun to slowly close. With an anxious expression, the burly youth couldn't help but loudly ask, "Marshal Uncle, will you truly allow Junior Marshal Sister Gongsun to become a cultivation vessel?" The expressions of the other two women had also darkened. Wearing a gloomy expression, the middle-aged man softly said, "Didn't you see it? Your Junior Marshal sister had already came to a decision. I am no longer able to stop her. Moreover, these medicine pills can truly cure the sect mater. I cannot block her in consideration of the Azure Spirit sect's well-being as well." Blood flushed the youth's face. He contended with all his might, "But you still can't allow Junior Marshal sister to become a cultivation vessel. Will this not damn Junior Marshal sister to ruin?" The middle-aged man's cheek twitched and he wore a resigned expression. "Marital nephew Li, you've grown up with Xinger and are as close as true siblings. However, it is too late to change anything." The blue-clothed woman suddenly shouted out, "Marshal Uncle, Junior Marshal Sister Gongsun is about to disappear." When the middle-aged man and the burly youth heard this, they hastily turned around to see the light barrier brightly shine. The young woman then gradually faded away in a pulse of brilliance. After a short moment, the light disappeared along with any trace of the young woman. Only layers of withered leaves remained. Like a ball of deflated air, the burly youth fell onto his knees and held his head in his hands without uttering a single word. The middle-aged man patted the youth's shoulder and consoled him. An hour later, the remaining four left the small island and flew out of the mist. After the yellow-clothed woman was wrapped up by the radiance, she was dizzyingly teleported away. By the time she recovered her bearings, she found herself standing inside an unfamiliar valley with steep walls. There was a 10-meter-tall gate of gray stone in front of her. The young woman glanced around with hesitation lingering in her heart. While she was uncertain of what she should do, an ape puppet appeared behind her with a flash of light. The puppet ignored the young woman and walked towards the stone gate with large strides. After placing its arms on the gate, it was able to push it open with ease. Your name is Gongsun Xing. Follow my puppet into the cave residence. I will be leaving seclusion in 2 days. The man's voice momentarily appeared before disappearing once more. When the yellow-clothed young woman heard him, she entered the stone gates as she bit on her lip. After following the huge ape for several turns, the young woman was brought into a stone room that was about 10 meters wide. Apart from a stone bed covered in unknown fur, a stone table, and 2 stone chairs, there was nothing else in the room. After leading her here, the puppet left the room without a care, leaving the young woman in a complete daze. She was at a loss of what to do. She examined the room and looked outside to see that the door wasn't shut, as if she was free to move around. But after some thought, she slowly sat down on top of the bed and began to blankly ponder as she held her cheeks. Although she had already made preparations to surrender herself, she naturally held some fear towards living the rest of her days as a rumored pear cultivation vessel. Furthermore, she had found herself in an unfamiliar environment completely alone, causing her heart to swell with further misery. 2 hours later, she ceased her wild wandering thoughts and looked to the hallway outside the room with some hesitation. After a short moment, she stood up and quietly walked out of the stone room. She followed the hallway for a short distance and turned several corners before finding herself inside a large hall with many arched doors. This was one of the places she had passed through when she had entered. However, the young woman particularly took notice of an arched door that had an ape puppet posted outside. It stood motionless as if it were dead. The young woman blinked, revealing her long eyelashes. She thought to peek through the arched door, but before she approached it, the ape puppet at the side suddenly appeared in front of her and barred her way. The young woman recoiled in fear, and the ape puppet indifferently returned to its original position. Its jet-black eyes were wandering around as if wanting to stop anyone from approaching. At that moment, Gongsun Xing clearly understood that the room in front of her wasn't somewhere she could go. Instead, she headed in the direction of another door. This time, the ape puppet didn't stop her, much to her relief. She directly walked through the doors and entered a rather peculiar medicine garden. There was a sealed stone room on the other side of the garden. The youth woman approached the door and curiously pushed it open with her slim hand. The door was easily opened, allowing Xinger to clearly see what was within. There was a stone table with piles of various colored jade slips arranged at the center of the room. To the side, there was a circular short stone block that had several pots filled with strange green plants on top of it. It made for a peaceful scene. The young woman pursed her adorable small lips and entered the room without further thought. She arrived in front of the stone table and casually picked up a red jade slip, immersing her spiritual sense into it. It was a jade slip that provided an introduction towards formation spells, something the young woman was completely uninterested with. She withdrew her spiritual sense and placed the jade slip back onto the table. She then casually picked up a white jade slip and looked through it with her spiritual sense. This time, the jade sod slip provided an introduction towards tool refinement. The young woman was once again disinterested and withdrew her spiritual sense. However, as both of the jade slips held completely different information, the young woman became curious and began to scan through each of the jade slips on the table. Gongsun Xing's heart trembled with slight fear, but she didn't shrink back. She only unconsciously turned her head away. At that moment, Han Li's soft voice entered her ear, "Don't be afraid. Come to my bedroom tonight. Don't forget." After he said this, he left the room without further hesitation. When Gong Sun Xing heard these dubious words, she felt her heart jump and her face turned crimson, revealing an adorable appearance of complete embarrassment. When night arrived, she arrived outside Han Li's bedroom in a complicated mood. She entered the stone room as she nibbled on her lips, but she was left surprised by what she saw. The bedroom had no one inside. There was only a stone desk with an unfurled scroll on it. After a moment of hesitation, Gong Sun Xing walked over puzzled and lowered her head, reading, "Your filial behavior is quite laudable. I give all the remaining treasures in the cave residence to you. Don't show them to others, or you will attract calamity upon yourself. Do your best." There was nothing else after that, leaving the young woman at a complete loss. She could only feel blank confusion along with an indescribable emotion. At that moment, Han Li had already flown 500 kilometers away from the small island in a streak of azure light. Smiling, Han Li leisurely thought, "I'm sure that girl must be completely baffled. Anyone going through such an unpredictable experience should be left amazed for at least half a day." When he had left the sea mist, he had stripped the cave residence of everything apart from the jade slip containing the coiling jade arts, numerous unwanted magic tools, along with a few medicine pills and 2 looted magic treasures that he left behind specifically for the girl. These items would surely allow the young woman to tread to future heights that are rarely reached on the path of cultivation. This rare showing of immense generosity wasn't due to a sudden feeling of tenderness towards the fairer sex, but rather, the young woman's resolve to sacrifice herself for her father had deeply moved Han Li. If Han Li had any regrets before setting foot on the path of cultivation, it would be that he was unable to fulfill his filial duties to his parents after reaching adulthood. Although he had secretly made arrangements with the 7 Mysteries sect master for his family, it didn't offset the sense of loss he felt deep in his heart. Additionally, the young woman's appearance had reminded Han Li of the last he had seen his little sister when she had gotten married. As such, he had deliberately used the pretense of having the woman as a cultivation vessel in order to give her a few benefits. Of course, the magic tools and treasures that Han Li had left for her posed little to no value to him. Since the items would remain useless on him, it would be better for him to take the opportunity to give them to the girl, providing her the assistance to tread farther on the path of immortal cultivation. The woman's spiritual roots were also inferior, just like his own had been. As for Han Li's cave residence, he had already decided that he would abandon the island the next he left, long before these people had arrived. Chapter 534, Rescue from Demon Beasts. After Han Li reached mid-core formation stage, he had remained in seclusion for an additional 20 years. During this time, he still hadn't exhausted all of his medicine pills and carried about a smaller portion of them in his storage pouch. His early departure from seclusion without having yet consumed all of his medicine pills was due to neither restlessness nor impatience. It was because he had encountered a bottleneck as he neared late core formation stage. Until he broke through the obstruction, his cultivation wouldn't progress in the slightest even if he used more medicine pills. These breakthroughs were left completely up to destiny or fortunate encounters. There were absolutely no established methods to break through such a bottleneck. However, in the past, cultivators had managed to break through this stage through merely cultivating, touring the world, or battling in a life or death struggle. Each occurrence was entirely unexpected. As such, Han Li was unwilling to vainly waste his time in seclusion, and he prepared to set out to find the legendary demon Echo Grass. Perhaps he would even happen to unexpectedly break through the bottleneck during this journey. Because he didn't know how long the trip would take, Han Li didn't dare to leave the 9-curl spirit ginseng inside the cave. This was yet another reason he had decided to completely abandon the residence inside the small misty island. As for the 9-curl spirit ginseng, it periodically required earth chi for preservation. Although this had proved to be somewhat troublesome before Han Li entered mid-core formation stage, it no longer presented a problem. Hanli already had the ability to draw out an island's earth essence chi and pour it into the spirit ginseng's body, ensuring its continued survival. Hanli was currently flying in the direction of the market city that the young woman had spoken of. It was the only place where cultivators frequently passed through that Hanli could potentially find information on any grade 8 demon beasts. When that time came, he would have to think of a method to acquire the demon echo grass. As for any thoughts of being able to directly purchase it, he didn't believe such a fortuitous event could occur. Hanli flew at an extremely fast speed. Although the young woman said it would take half a month to reach the market city, in Hanli's case, it would only take a few days at most at his full speed. 2 days later, as Hanli was hurrying on his way, he suddenly spotted a red streak of light flying off in the distance. It was being relentlessly pursued by several balls of gray chi. When Hanli saw this, he unconsciously raised his eyebrows, and after some thought, he muttered an unintelligible incantation. Soon, a series of cracks sounded out from within his body with increasing frequency. Simultaneously, azure light covered his face. A moment later, Hanli's figure suddenly grew a few inches taller. The azure light disappeared to reveal the face of an unfamiliar yellowish man. This was one of the secret techniques from the profound Yin arts that Hanli had meticulously cultivated during his seclusion, the appearance exchange art. Not only could this secret technique allow oneself to shrink or lengthen any body part at will, one could also control the thickness of one's flesh and change the color of one's skin in an instant. It was absolutely a top-grade disguise technique. Hanli reckoned that this cultivation art was on par with the disguise techniques of legend. Even cultivators of a higher grade would be unable to easily see through his disguise. Hence, it was included amongst the collection of profound Yin arts. The only shortcoming of the secret technique was that once the technique was used, one could only use 70% of their magic power at most. If one exceeded this limit in a fight, the disguise would dissolve and reveal one's true appearance. However, Hanli didn't care about this in the least. Whenever he donned his disguise, he likely didn't want to reveal his true strength anyways. As such, the limit shouldn't pose much of a problem to him. Just after Hanli changed his appearance, the streak of red light discovered his location and wildly flew in Hanli's direction as if it were their only hope at life. As for the gray balls of chi chasing after the red streak, they were clearly demon beasts that ranged around grade 3 and 4. When Hanli saw this, he immediately stopped and let out a long sigh. He didn't sigh because trouble came knocking on his door, but because the person flying towards him didn't care in the slightest about whether or not he could deal with the demon beasts. It seemed the man being chased wished to drag himself down along with Hanli. As he did this without any hesitation, there wasn't much else to say about the unknown man's nature. Hanli, who had recently felt greatly touched by Gong Sun Xing's display of familial piety, once again questioned the complexity of human nature. One simply couldn't lump these things all together. Fellow Daoist, please save me. I, Huang Mingli, will definitely express my gratitude towards you. A shriveled old man with a wicked appearance directly flew towards Hanli with a panicked expression. He was quite shrewd. Although he hadn't made out Hanli's true cultivation, he knew that his life was saved after seeing Hanli's steadfast, unshakable bearing. Hanli calmly watched the old man flying at him with an indifferent expression. He then lazily raised his hand and shot out 5 giant azure sword streaks, instantly tying down the 5 demon beasts chasing after him. When the old man saw this, he happily let out a long breath of relief and released a fire ring magic tool to attack the 5 demon beasts. Hanli cast a sideways glance at the old man. The old man's cultivation was at peak foundation establishment, the false core stage. It was no wonder why he had been able to flee from a joint attack by so many grade 4 demon beasts. Hanli turned his gaze back to the demon beasts and commanded the several streaks of sword light to slowly surround them in a calm display of his overwhelming strength. When the old man saw this, his spirit was greatly roused, and he controlled his fire attribute magic tool with increasingly fierce intensity as he struck the now vulnerable demon beasts. After another moment passed, Hanli felt it was about time to end the battle and had the Azure Essence Swordstreaks exterminate the demon beasts. With the demon beasts dead, the small old man already realized that Hanli was a core formation cultivator. As such, he respectfully saluted him and said, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. Could it be that Senior wishes to head to South Dark City?" Hanli calmly nodded, "That's right. I wish to head to the city to trade for a few items." Huang Mingli's eyes shifted around for a moment and he bitterly smiled before saying, "Then Senior need not continue, the trip would be in vain." Han Li's expression stirred and he asked with surprise, "What happened?" As he faced a core formation cultivator, the small old man carefully explained, "Several days ago at South Dark City, there were a few low-grade demon beasts that unexpectedly arrived. Although a majority were killed, the next day, a swarm of grade 4 and 5 demon beasts were brought over to the city by the survivors from the previous day. A great number of the city's cultivators had been harmed, forcing us to break through the demon beast siege. I was among those who escaped. However, I didn't expect to come across another group of demon beasts on my way out. According to what you've said, this trip was for nothing." Han Li frowned and wore a sullen expression. Huang Mingli's eyes faintly flickered before revealing a grin with crooked teeth. He then secretly said, "Well, if Senior truly wishes to trade, this little old man knows of another place. The items there are all precious. One must be at Foundation establishment or higher to enter the city along with having a referral. Additionally, the market city frequently changes location. This old man currently has the qualifications to give you a referral to the city. If Senior wishes to go, Junior will lead the way as payment for saving his life." Han Li paused for a moment before pensively saying, "Are you talking about a secret city?" The old man wore an embarrassed expression and quickly explained, "Senior must think me silly. The market city can't be considered to be secret. They merely fear conflict. Once the demon beasts discover it, it will be the city's end." "So it's like that." Han Li couldn't help but smile after hearing this. He then asked, "How far away is this place?" Huang Mingli seemed quite familiar with this market city and instantly replied, "If we hurry, we should be able to reach it in half a month's time. By then the market city should have just opened." After some consideration, Han Li replied, "All right. I'll go along with you." "Great." Huang Mingli revealed an excited expression and paused as if he had suddenly thought of something. "Ha! Senior, please wait a moment." He hurriedly said a word of apology before shooting straight down to the sea where the corpses of the demon beasts were floating. When Han Li saw this, he knowingly smiled. A short moment later, the small old man dismembered the demon beasts with great familiarity and placed their parts into his storage pouch. He then flew back into the sky with high spirits. "I've made an embarrassment of myself. While these demon beasts certainly wouldn't have caught Senior's eyes, they are quite valuable to this Junior." The old man spoke with slight embarrassment. After all, those 5 demon beasts had all been slain by Han Li. "It's nothing. Those demon beasts had no value to me anyways. Let's hurry." Han Li shook his head and urged him with an unchanged expression. Chapter 535, Trade Gathering. When Huang Mingli heard Han Li's desire to depart, he agreed with an embarrassed smile. He then flew off to the east on his magic tool while Han Li leisurely followed after him with a calm expression. As Huang Mingli flew, he turned his head to steal a glance at Han Li's face, and carefully asked, "Senior's face is quite unfamiliar. Have you been in secluded cultivation for a long time? Junior might have heard of your name before." Han casually said, "My surname is Li. I've remained in my cave residence for secluded cultivation until recently, when I finally formed my core. It isn't surprising that fellow Daoist Huang hadn't heard of me before." Of course, Han didn't give his real name. The small old man didn't notice anything amiss from Han, and could only speak words of congratulations despite still holding a few doubts in his heart. Huang Mingli was quite tactful and didn't further inquire about Han. Instead, he took the initiative to tell Han about a few of the recent confrontations between cultivators and demon beasts. However, from his deep sighs, it seemed the old man didn't hold much hope towards humanity's future in the outer star seas. Although the endless conversation was almost entirely one-sided, Han had gained a much greater understanding towards the current circumstances of the outer star seas. Nothing strange occurred in the following half-month, allowing Han and the small old man to eventually spot a small, peaceful island in the distance. This island was only about 50 kilometers in area and possessed sparse amounts of spiritual qi. Apart from a small growth of vegetation, the island only consisted of bare gray rock and appeared like any other desolate island. It was an optimal location for a secret city. But even in that case, about half a day out, Han and the old man concealed their flight and approached the island under the guise of concealment techniques. This, of course, was a requirement for entering the secret city. When Huang Mingli beseeched him to conceal himself, Han silently complied without any complaint. This was a great relief to Huang Mingli, as core formation cultivators weren't always particularly easy to deal with in his experience. Huang Mingli flew a circle around the small island before landing on a heap of rocks. When Han saw this, a strange expression flickered from his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, there shouldn't be any restrictions there. Could it be? As Han continued to mull this over, Huang Mingli stepped towards a large rock beside him and knocked 3 times on the stone with practiced familiarity. A short moment later, the huge rock suddenly split open to reveal a 3-meter-wide hole. Huang Mingli immediately stepped into the hole and softly said a few words into it. He then turned to Han and shouted, "Senior Li, it's right here. Let's go in." Han indifferently looked down and descended from the sky. The hole led to a set of slanted stone stairs. To the side of the stairs stood a gray-robed, white-haired old man with a late Foundation establishment cultivation. Upon seeing Han enter, the old man smiled at him and spoke in a manner that was neither arrogant nor humble. "Senior, welcome to our market city. I hope Senior will be able to find what he needs." "I hope so as well," Han calmly replied as he climbed down the stairs. Han realized that in order to prevent any demon beasts from detecting spiritual qi, formation spells couldn't be established. As such, the only option left to maintain secrecy was building everything underground. After walking down the stairs for a short time, Han eyes brightened. There was an expansive underground world before him. The ceiling was 20 meters high with occasional pillars of transformed gray stone supporting it. There were many small square buildings at the center of the cavern, each sporting their own sign. There were over 100 cultivators trading amongst these stone buildings. At Han side, Huang Mingli pointed to a set of descending stairs beside a stone pillar and said, "Senior Li, this floor is only for trading ordinary items. If Senior wishes to acquire rare materials, it would be best to go down to the next floor." Han glanced at the stone stairs, but didn't move. He asked with a deep voice, "If I wanted information on the whereabouts of a high-grade demon beast nest, where could I find it?" Huang Mingli was obviously startled upon hearing this. A trace of confusion flickered from his eyes before he answered with great familiarity, "It would depend on what grade of demon beast Senior requires information about. If it's grade 5 or 6 demon beasts, Senior can head over to the Wind Whisper Pavilion. They specialize in selling the whereabouts of difficult-to-acquire treasures and high-grade demon beasts, allowing one to acquire them based on their own skill." However, they won't have any information on demon beasts of a higher grade. In that case, your only option would be to ask other core formation seniors. After all, the whereabouts of demon beasts of that grade aren't easily divulged. Senior could participate in the trade gathering specifically for core formation cultivators. Perhaps that is where Senior can find what he is looking for. Trade gathering. Han Li's expression revealed a trace of excitement. Huang Mingli carefully explained, "That's right. Normally, only other core formation cultivators have the materials and treasures that a core formation cultivator would need. As a result, every time the market city opens, the city lord will hold a meeting where seniors gather together for a private, small-scale exchange, where they can trade for what they wish. The city lord would also take out several rare items for the meeting as well." With a faint smile, Han Li slowly asked, "When does this trade gathering take place?" The small old man promptly replied, "Senior Li will likely have to wait a few more days. I reckon around halfway through the opening of the market city, Senior will receive an invitation to join." When Han Li heard this, he narrowed his eyes and wore a pensive expression as if he were thinking about it. A short moment later, he glanced at Huang Mingli and spoke without restraint, "Fellow Daoist Huang, I plan on going the rest of the way alone, so we'll be parting ways here. I no longer require your assistance." Han Li didn't wish to have someone following him around while he was searching for the 1,000 leaves due. The small old man wasn't particularly surprised by Han Li's words. With a beaming smile, he said, "Senior's words suits Junior's intentions as well. Junior happens to want to go buy a few materials. Then I will bid you goodbye. If Senior requires any further assistance, then please do not hesitate to find me." Huang Mingli respectfully saluted Han Li and bid his farewells. He then headed into a nearby material store. It seemed he wished to first sell off those demon breasts' corpses from before. Han Li was quite satisfied with how tactful and quick-witted the old man had behaved. He swept his gaze past the nearby stores and walked into the store across from him with his arms behind his back. The first store he entered had piles of all sorts of medicinal ingredients. Inside a quiet room, Han Li was resting with eyes closed. He felt somewhat gloomy. During his first day in the market city, he had browsed both floors of the market city and found plenty of demon echo grass but none that had grown near a grade 8 demon beast. In addition, the Wind Whistle Pavilion didn't have any information on demon beasts of grade 7 or higher. He could only wait for when the trade gathering convened and see if any other core formation cultivators had relevant information. In the following 2 days, he had no intention of heading out and rented a quiet room specifically to cultivate and see whether or not he could break through his current bottleneck. In the end, he had achieved nothing. Thumps came from the door of his room. Although Han Li had anticipated this, he still indifferently asked, "What is it?" A woman's pleasant voice respectfully said, "Senior Li. Junior is under orders to invite you to the trade gathering. Would Senior be interested in participating?" Han Li slowly replied, "Yes, of course I am." He then opened the stone door and walked out of the room. There was a white-clothed woman standing outside with a lowered head, respectfully waiting for him. When she saw Han Li appear, she immediately raised her head and revealed a charming face. When Han Li saw the woman's beautiful face, he felt his heart tremble. After staring at the woman's face, a flicker of astonishment appeared within his eyes. How could it be her? What is she doing here? Han Li thought, astonished. The woman saw Han Li staring at her, causing her to blush. She then lowered her head and uncomfortably asked, "Senior, is something wrong?" Han Li quickly regained his bearings and calmly said, "It's nothing. Lead the way." The white-clothed woman faintly felt that something was amiss, but she respectfully agreed and walked away with calm steps. Gazing at the woman's silhouette, Han Li unconsciously frowned and wore a face full of confusion. Passing through the plaza of the second floor, the woman brought Hanli to a remote stone wall. The woman gently pressed her hand against the wall, creating ripples of white light and revealing a stone door covered in talisman characters. Chapter 536, A Display of Women, Seniorly, Please enter. The woman pushed the stone door open and respectfully invited Hanli inside. Hanli nodded and walked in without another word as the woman closely followed after him. The stone door then closed by itself and disappeared, returning the wall to its previous unremarkable appearance. After entering, Hanli saw a gray stone passageway that didn't appear very long based on the white light he saw faintly shining at the end. Hanli silently walked forward and made a turn at the end of the passage, suddenly facing a wide-open stone door. There was a gloomy middle-aged, mid-core formation cultivator standing outside the doorway. When he saw Hanli appear, he immediately smiled and said, "So your fellow Daoist Li? I am Yun Tian Shao, the master of the city. Welcome to my trade meeting. Nearly all of the fellow Taoists have already arrived." The Confucian scholar surnamed Yun was very courteous to Hanli. He then indifferently turned to the woman and said, "Young lady Wan, properly attend to Brother Li, make sure not to neglect him." Fellow Daoist Wan. There was no longer any doubt regarding the woman's identity. She was Wen Chang's daughter, the exquisite sound sex Wen Siue Wan. Just what had happened for her to appear at this place? It had caused Hanli no small amount of amazement. Naturally, since he had used the appearance exchange arts, the woman was unable to recognize him. When Wen Siue heard him, her flowery expression changed and she hastily acknowledged him. Although Hanli didn't turn around, he could faintly perceive that Wen Siue was very fearful of Yun Tian Shao. A strange expression flickered within Hanli's eyes, but he merely smiled and casually said a few words of formality before entering. The door led to a large square hall with a huge round table at its center. The table had over a dozen remarkably wide armchairs surrounding it. Most of the chairs were already occupied by other cultivators. But when Hanli clearly saw the circumstances in the room, he wore a baffled expression. Apart from two female core formation cultivators that were sitting alone, the male core formation cultivators were each nestled together with a gorgeous and alluring female cultivator. These female cultivators were either at peak qi condensation or early foundation establishment, and each of them were all young exceptional beauties. While Hanli looked at this in a daze, he suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance, and a soft, trembling body stood close by his side. Hanli's body tensed up and he slowly turned around to see a stiff, beautiful face. Wen Siue had taken the initiative to draw closer to him, allowing him to catch a whiff of her intoxicating scent. Hanli frowned, but he didn't push away the woman in an act of false sophistry. Instead, he again glanced at the female cultivators at the male core formation cultivators' sides with a gaze of understanding. After some thought, he wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and headed towards an empty armchair before sitting down. Wen Siue did the same as the other female cultivators, and reluctantly sat alongside him while leaning into Hanli's chest. For the moment, Hanli's chest had the warm company of a beautiful woman. Just as Wen Siue silently pressed her stiffened body against Hanli, Hanli relaxed the arm he had wrapped around her waist. Wen Siue was stunned for a moment. She then unconsciously glanced at Han with a trace of bewilderment. At that moment, Hanli was calmly examining the others in the room. The 8 other core formation cultivators had naturally gazed in Hanli's direction as well. Although they found Hanli's appearance strange, they didn't reveal it on their faces. Instead, most of the people looked at Hanli with a kind smile. Hanli's expression relaxed and he returned the gesture. After that was said, the old man stood up and placed a storage pouch from his waist onto the table. Numerous items suddenly appeared on the table in a vortex of spinning red light. The spiritual chi that the items emitted appeared significant. 3 heavenly spirit beads, an ambusher shark demon core, the hide of an ocean-form beast. The old man gave a proud introduction for each of his items, impressing no small number of the cultivators at the table. It was clear that each of these items were quite rare. Hanli couldn't help but coldly smile at the items. While these items could be considered truly valuable to ordinary core formation cultivators, they were completely unremarkable to him. The rarest item amongst them, the ambusher sharp demon core, was only a grade 6 demon core. Hanli had personally exterminated at least 8 demon beasts of that specific type. When the fat old man finished giving an introduction to his items, he sat back down and once again embraced the dainty woman at his side. He had a face full of arrogance. The chi condensation woman was originally somewhat unwilling to be held by him, but now, her eyes unconsciously glowed with a soft light. After the old man sat down, the person who sat next to him, an eccentric with a red embroidered headband, dryly coughed and unsteadily stood. This person was rather shriveled and appeared as if a stiff breeze would blow him over. "I've only brought one item. The beast egg of the grade 5 dark coil worm." He spoke unhurriedly and took out a yellow beast egg from his robes shortly after he finished speaking. It was the size of a chicken egg. Dark coil worm. Once the eccentric had finished speaking, the eyes of the other cultivators brightened, and they rigidly stared at the demon beast egg with fervent gazes. Wen Chang was a chi condensation cultivator that met Hanli at Stalwart Star Island. Hanli met him once again many years later along with his daughter in Chapter 430. Chapter 537, Information. Each of the other cultivators took out their items, and as expected, they were each noteworthy and proved valuable to core formation cultivators. It was no wonder that this secret market had such a special meeting. Hanli indifferently glanced at the items being presented. Although the items didn't interest him, they greatly provoked the interest of the other cultivators, heating up the atmosphere in the room. When Hanli's turn came, he casually took out a few rare grade 6 and 7 demon beast materials. Of course, this naturally aroused quite some surprise. Soon, it became the last cultivator's turn, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. He was among the 3 mid-core formation cultivators at the table. The others gazed at him with a trace of additional respect. At that moment, the person unhurriedly took out 2 items from his storage pouch and casually placed them onto the table with an unchanged expression. There was a palm-sized, pitch-black copper plate, and a half-foot-long piece of gray bone. It appeared to have come from the spine of some animal. The majority of cultivators present blankly stared at the items, unable to make out anything exceptional about them. They all waited for him to give an explanation. But after he took out the items, he astonishingly said, "I will only sell these 2 items to those that recognize them. If you aren't destined for them, do not seek them." He then leaned back against his chair without a care and narrowed his eyes, paying no heed to the beautiful woman close to him, leaving her slightly embarrassed. When the others heard this, they silently looked at each other in dismay. Only Hanli and Yun Tianxiao revealed a slight change in expression when they gazed at the items. An odd expression flickered across Hanli's face. Although he was somewhat far from the items, when he swept his immense spiritual sense past them, he was able to clearly tell what they were. Although the bone didn't belong to an ordinary demon beast, it simply didn't catch his interest. However, he was somewhat interested in the copper plate, as there were a few bewildering, ancient characters inscribed onto it. The ancient characters were nearly the same as those contained inside the aged hide book of the Nameless Chi concealment technique. Could it have something to do with it? Even now, Hanli was incapable of completely understanding the ancient book's contents. Just as Hanli inwardly mulled this over, Yun Tianxiao smiled and laughed. After sweeping his gaze over the bones, Yun Tianxiao jokingly said, "Ha! I didn't expect Brother Sun to be so magnanimous as to bring out the spirit bone of a grade 8 demon beast. I am truly tempted. These words startled everyone present and caused an uproar. The item could be considered the most precious one being displayed. The spirit bone of an existence on the level of a grade 8 demon beast was definitely a bizarre treasure seldom seen by core formation cultivators. When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred. Could this person have any information on grade 8 demon beasts? The cultivator's surnamed Sun chuckled upon hearing that Yun Tianxiao was able to make out the origins of the bone. After deeply glancing at him, he spoke no further. At that point, the trade meeting became a rather fervent event. Everyone wore an expression of unconcealed excitement. The female cultivator companions also gazed at the items on the table with passionate expressions. When Hanli saw this, he unconsciously turned his head to Wen Siyue to find that she also wore a passionate expression. It seemed that these items held an undeniable allure regardless of one's status. At that moment, the fat old man started to list out the conditions by which he would trade his items. The heavenly spirit beads can be exchanged for several stalks of medicine herbs aged 500 years and higher. The demon core requires the tendon of a grade 7 demon beast. Of course, I am also willing to trade them for enough spirit stones. And, seeing that everyone managed to bring out precious treasures, the arrogance of the fat old man had mostly dissolved. When he spoke of the tendon, he unconsciously glanced in Hanli's direction as Hanli happened to have one on his side of the table. Unfortunately, Hanli had no interest in a grade 6 demon beast core. He merely continued to sit with Wen Siyue in his loose embrace. I do want that grade 6 demon core, but I don't have any spirit tendons. How many spirit stones do you want for it? A white-haired old man said with much interest. As fellow Daoist knows, demon beasts are far more difficult to come by than they had been in the past. As such, its price will be higher. I will require 15,000 spirit stones for it. The fat old man appeared unwilling to part with it and responded with an obviously high price. When the white-haired old man heard this, he bitterly smiled and said little else. It was clear the high price had dissuaded him. I want that demon core. A white-haired old woman expressionlessly said. Soon after she spoke, a storage pouch flew in the direction of the fat old man. The fat old man received the storage pouch and wore a satisfied expression after inspecting it. Only Lady Qing can be so bold. Us poor cultivators cannot hope to compare. The old man seemed to recognize the woman and tossed the demon beast core over to her with a chuckle. The white-haired old woman coldly snorted and caught the demon beast core. After wordlessly examining it, she placed it into her storage pouch and said nothing further. The other cultivators began to ask about the fat old man's other items, resulting in most of them being traded for. He then put away the remaining items. The following bidding for the red-banded eccentric's dark coil worm egg created a huge contest. Because his conditions were quite lax and he also accepted spirit stones, the demon beast egg was open to everyone. In the end, the beast egg was exchanged for several bottles of precious medicine pills by a red-clothed cultivator with an unremarkable appearance. After another 6 people, it was finally Hanli's turn. Hanli looked at the pile of valuable materials in front of him and felt several burning gazes fall onto him. Among them was the fat old man who particularly desired the spirit tendon. Hanli gently smiled. Without standing, he leaned back into his chair with Wen Siyue in his arm and calmly said, I don't want any items for these materials. I am only willing to exchange them for information. So long as your information is to my satisfaction, I will give all of these materials to you. Information. Hanli's words were cause for surprise. Although they were somewhat shocked, nobody stirred up a fuss. Rather, they all glanced at Hanli with curiosity, calmly waiting to hear what he would say next. Yun Tianxiao's eyes stirred and suspicion flickered across his face.